And thank you for being with us for the past year. We had a great year, lots of recorded messages, and we're going to start playing those recorded messages now. We're going to play all of the great moments, the great messages that we had in all of our interviews, and we would like to thank all of you for joining us. Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Okay, you have a close friend, and that close friend, you're sitting here, you're talking, and you discover that they decided to write out their will, their last testament, their wishes for how everything should be distributed after their final moments. And they turn and look at you as like, and I would like you to participate in that by becoming the executor of my estate. And you're filled with joy and honor, and because your friend loves you that much, they would ask you to do this. But the big question is, do you really know what it means? Do you know what you're taking on? And can you do it without getting help? And our next guest, David Eady, he's going to explain to you that you probably don't know what you're taking on, and that you probably need a boatload of a team to help you out so that you can carry out your friend's final wishes if they do pass and leave you to do the job that they asked you to do. So let's listen to what David has to say in this next interview. Welcome to the show, David. It was great meeting you a few weeks ago on LinkedIn, and getting you to come on the show, because this being an executor or having help people settle estates, that's important work, you know. So why don't you tell us about...
difficult. First off, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, go ahead.
First off, thanks for having me on the show, Michael. I appreciate it. Taking on the job which is probably the worst job that anyone could take. It's probably the worst job in the world, is being an executor, because it's such a tough job. And if you take on the responsibility, or you're asked to take on the responsibility, first thing you have to understand, you don't have to take on the job. You could say no, but a lot of people take it on as they're doing this giant favor, for someone who's either a close friend or a family member, to take on that responsibility to be their executor. But they also have to go into the knowing the job with their eyes wide open, knowing that they're going to spend them over 100 hours to settle the estate, or it could take another 18 to 24 months. So you need to know what's involved and how to get prepared, and understand that it's not an easy task. It's not an easy job.
Yeah. So, and of course, your book is called Executor Help, and it believe it or not, is actually on the shelf next to him.
Right. Yeah. So the full name is, and it's how I ended up writing the book. It's called Executor Help: How to Settle an Estate, Pick an Executor, and Avoid Family Fights. And it's written based on my experience of being an executor. And it took, in my case, it was 7 years, 10 court appearances, and $50,000 to settle my parents' estate. And they had a will. So I didn't want anybody to go through what I went through, because every time I would talk about it to people that were executors or people, families that were breaking up, they were, going through what I went through during that time period. I would be sharing my experiences. People would tell me, how difficult it was. So during COVID, I didn't want anybody else to have to go through what I did, so I decided to write the book.
Yeah. So you said it cost you $50,000 to settle the estate. Why did it cost $50,000 even though they had a will?
Well, that's because what my parents should have done, because there were three beneficiaries, three children, and even though my parents did have a will, one thing they didn't do was have a conversation with us to explain what they had done and how they wanted the estate to be split three ways. And for some people, they, equal is never fair. So we ended up having to go to court because one sibling decided that they wanted to make the estate more in their favor and wanted more of a share, even though it was split three ways. So we ended up having to go to court.
Wow. Now, I heard from my niece. My brother-in-law recently died, and these squabbles happen because they're fighting over who's supposed to purchase the headstone for his grave.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't laid out how the money was supposed to be allocated for the headstone for his grave.
Yeah, that's common because, first off, what we're talking about is probably the least sexiest topic that you're going to have on your show. And that's because a lot of people are afraid to talk about the subject of death. So they're afraid, so they avoid it. They procrastinate and put off, talking about wills or estate planning, executor, all this sort of stuff. They avoid it, or they take the thought that, I'm going to be dead. It's not going to be my problem. When actually, if you don't do anything and you resist the one thing that we all have, it's going to happen in our lives, you now put your family in danger because now you're risking them being disorganized and in chaos. So in your case, when you're talking about with your niece there, where her, their family squabbling over the headstone, that could have easily been alleviated just by the testator or the person who owned the will have that conversation and let the executor know or let the family members know if something was to happen, this is what I want, or they put it in along with the will what they would want done. So there's no ambiguity, there's no confusion, there's no, well, this is what they want, and then somebody else says, well, no, I think this is what they want. And so there's no misinterpretation of what you would want. And again, that comes from, and that's where my parents fell down. They didn't have the conversations with the three of us.
Yeah. So, it's important for you, being the loved one, to have the conversation with everyone before you pass about, hey, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I want. That sort of thing, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot of times, the matriarch or the patriarch of the family, they're not going to have those conversations because they know the family dynamics of the family, and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Or there's going to be the thought, well, we all get along, at Christmas or Thanksgiving, we all get together, we laugh, we had a good time. It'll never be a problem. That's not our family. Nothing can be further from the truth. We all start out with the illusion that our family is perfect, but no family is perfect. So once we get that illusion out of the way, I like to say you never know about somebody until you have to share an inheritance with them. So you need to figure out, okay, how can we have that conversation and let people know, yes, it's uncomfortable, but you have that conversation with the family members. For example, you know what, we recently updated our will, or we did our will. We've named, whoever they named, maybe of the two children, they might have named one of them, or they might have named both, and they explain why they named them. These are my wishes. This is what I would like done. I don't want any. I would hope that the family will stay together and there won't be any fighting. But at least the wishes are out there, and you're trying to get a sort of a people to understand what you want. So I'm not guaranteeing by just having the conversations in advance it's going to help, but there can't be any ambiguity in terms of, well, what did they mean? And now we're fighting over the estate, or this is what they would want. So you need to have the conversations, because conversations do matter. But a lot of times people just let the paperwork do the talking, and they're afraid to have those conversations with the family.
So the paperwork is just one piece of the puzzle. You need to have the other pieces of the puzzle and sit down and talk.
Absolutely, because a lot of people think, well, once I have the will, I can just get it and forget it. But it's not. A will is just saying what you would like, but there's more to it than that. You can't put all your thoughts and wishes just in that piece of paper and then think that everybody's just going to abide by it or understand what you meant. So you should have the will. You should have the conversations. You should have the conversations and prepare your executor to let them know where the will is and other important documents such as your logins and your passwords, all of those things. And you also want to have the conversations with the beneficiaries. Let them know what your plans are and what your hopes are going forward. Again, we're trying to stay away from that ambiguity, that conversations, well, I think this is what they wanted. Have the conversations now. But unfortunately, we're not. A lot of families, they want to stay away from it because they want to just avoid or procrastinate, because a lot of times people think just having this conversation, talking about death, that you're bringing on something that you could actually something could happen. So what you're really doing is just making sure that your family is not left disorganized and in chaos.
Yeah, I know for myself because I volunteer at hospice, and I have friends who actually work in the funeral business, and there's a running joke. You're not going to get out of life alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I like to tell people, spoiler alert, we're all going to die. So it's not like it can be a surprise that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
But what you want to do is prepare to leave a legacy and not a legacy and a mess. A lot of times I ask people to think about, what kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? And when I say a legacy isn't what you leave people, but it's how you leave them. Are they going to have pleasant thoughts about you? Are they going to be mad at you for things that you didn't do? Or would you want to be remembered for the things that you did do and how they've got more pleasant memories of you, and the family traditions can carry on from your legacy to the next generations.
Yeah. How you just define legacy is a beautiful way of looking at it. But also could be a terrifying way of looking at it.
Yeah.
And it takes way more thought than what would be just in a single document.
Yeah, the legacy, as much as I miss my parents, my mom's voice every day, we no longer own the assets that they own. And we haven't spent the holidays together since they passed away over a decade ago. And that's because there were no conversations. So you need to figure out, well, how do I want the family traditions, the name, the legacy to go on to the next generation. Statistically, it's been shown that 70% of inheritances don't make it to the second generation or even the third generation. There's probably nothing left, and that's because there aren't family discussions of things of how, whether it be investments or or other legacies, legacies that are being left behind to be passed on to the next generation, how is it going to be done, and how is it done in an orderly fashion so that there's no infighting?
Yeah. One of the other thoughts that I've heard a few people say, well, I don't have anything anyway, so I don't need to have even bother with any type of a will or any discussion around how it should. There's nothing there anyway.
Well, that's a popular misconception for people to think that estate planning is just for the wealthy. If you've got a bank account, if you've got a car, if you have any assets whatsoever, right there you have an estate. And I add on top of that, you've also got digital assets. And what I mean by digital assets, it's your email, your online banking, information that you store in the cloud. All of those things are assets as well. Your social media logins. I had a friend of mine who passed away 6 months ago, and a couple of weeks ago, it popped up on Facebook, send her best wishes for her birthday. And clearly that told me that the executor wasn't prepared to shut down the Facebook accounts. So you want to, over and above the assets that you don't think you have and you do have, you've got the digital assets, which you need to shut down. Like I said, the banking, your Netflix, all of those things are those logins and passwords. For every one email address, there's probably about 130 digital identities that are linked to that one email address. And if you think about it, it's probably more than 130. But how can you shut down those logins and passwords if you don't have the access and if you don't know where they're kept? So over and above, the physical assets, the bank accounts, investments, whatever the amount may be, the car, there's still the digital assets that still make up that whole estate.
Yeah. Yeah. There have been a couple of friends of mine that have passed away that it's like, oh, we get the birthday reminder. It's like, oh, yeah. Which that can be taken a couple ways, is because, well, aren't we still basically, with this whole process, we're still basically dealing with people's emotions over the fact that they lost someone.
Yeah. It's a tough thing, and that's why in my book, the first chapter, it's not about, how to get organized. The first chapter is about grief and how to handle grief. Grief is a hard, difficult emotion, and if you're the executor, you're dealing with the grief of the loss of someone that you love, and then on top of that, you're asked to do these added responsibilities. So the first thing you need to do is make sure that your mental health is taken care of by taking time to grieve. Everybody grieves differently, and I talk about different tactics in the book. And the families are going to grieve differently, different family members. But as the executor, you've got the added responsibility. You need to make sure that your mental health is taken care of so that you can, handle the daunting task of being the executor, to sell the estate as quickly as possible and avoid family fights.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was good.
With that being said, the protecting your own mental health as you're performing these executive duties, was it important to have off on the sideline somewhere a counselor or someone that you can talk to and open up about your own grief?
Absolutely. If you want to make sure that you're getting plenty of sleep, you're eating properly, because the grief will overtake you. So you need to figure out, okay, how am I going to handle it? Some people will end up talking to, a therapist, whether it be on their own or as a family, as a group, to talk to a therapist. But everybody, like I said, everybody handles it differently, and so you've got to focus on, okay, how am I going to handle the grief? Because the grief's not going to, it's not going to go away. It's always going to be there. So at the outset, you need to figure out, how am I going to get through this? Because it's a tidal wave of emotions and loss and you're going to feel lost. I know in my case, when I lost my parents, I always had, this is how my life is going. It's pretty straightforward. But once I lost my parents, I was slightly off. That I was slightly off kilter. I was leaning a little bit more to the left of where I was going in my life, because it doesn't feel the same. And you add on top of that, I'm dealing with that grief. I've also got to deal with an individual where I'm sharing an estate with, that I've got to go to court with. And that's probably, everybody handles grief differently. In my case, I handled the grief and I kept everything inside. So, during the time of the estate battle, I ended up having triple bypass surgery. So, and that's because I kept all the stress inside and I handled the grief differently. So you have to take care of yourself to get through everything.
Yeah, it's the triple bypass surgery is definitely taking care of yourself.
Yeah, it was we had a break from court. Our next court date wasn't until January. It was November, wasn't feeling well. Girlfriend says, you know what, man, you should just go to the hospital, just go check. And then they said, well, you're not going home. And he said, you could you're on your way to having a heart attack. I said, I don't think so. He goes, well, you are, and we can't let you go home. And 2 days later, I was having triple bypass surgery. So, and all I kept thinking is, I need to get out of hospital because I got to be in court in January. Luckily, the proceedings got pushed another couple of weeks, but I was still on the mend. I was back in court, with as a tune-up of my heart, and was good to go. But I don't recommend doing that for anybody.
Yeah. The triple bypass isn't. It doesn't sound fun. But you're healthy now, right?
Absolutely. I'm healthy enough to be sitting here talking to you about probably something that makes most people uncomfortable to talk about, and that's their taking care of their family and death. So yes, I'm doing great.
Yeah. Because how our society in general deals with death. Is there something different that we could do to make it more of? It's never going to be a welcome topic. That's not going to happen. But to make it a less of a taboo topic to talk about.
Since the book came out, and I wrote the book, and then they said, well, people started talking when talking to media like you, I would be found out that I'm in the end of life niche or the end of life world. And I've had that, conversation even on my podcast, Executive Help, shameless plug. And what I did was I came to find out that people aren't comfortable with death. They, in the past, it wasn't uncommon that death was, if someone passed away, in the family, it was they were kept in your home, and there was the visit. There wasn't really the funeral homes like we have today, and people were celebrated, but we got away from that, and we made death something that's dark, and it's something you don't want to talk about, and we all have to embrace it. It's just that how are we going to handle it? And the only part that I'm talking about, and where the angle I'm coming in, talking about the subject, is that you need to prepare yourself to make sure that you don't leave your family disorganized and in chaos. And you also have to prepare the one individual that you've asked this big favor to make sure your wishes are going to be looked after and taken care of. And so that whatever you've accumulated in this life and that you want to leave to the next generation, that you've prepared someone to help them pass on to the next generation. So death it's never going to go away. Like you said, it's something we're not going to get away from. But, just all you want to do is prepare. And everything that we're talking about here, this is probably the greatest thing of love that you could give your family. probably even more than changing their diapers, is that you've taken the time to make sure that you're not going to leave them disorganized. You're not going to leave them traumatized in the case of an unexpected emergency or if there's a death. You know what? It's no time to find out that there's no will when you're in the ICU. And I can assure you, you can't have a meaningful conversation with any person when they're on a ventilator. So you need to figure out, before those things happen, how can I prepare my family? How can I prepare my executor?
Yeah. Ventilators are rather difficult to talk through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I wound up having more conversations about death because of volunteer work that I do, but not everybody does that. And when you tell people, it's like, oh yeah, that you volunteer at hospice. Oh, that's so great that you're helping people be comfortable.
Yeah.
They totally forget about the whole other part that, why are we making them comfortable?
Yeah.
They totally avoid it.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're saying. They want to avoid it. No one wants to think about that. And when you're put into that situation, I mean, you being a hospice volunteer, and I mean, people like you should be lauded and applauded so much for for this gift of love that you're giving a lot of times to total strangers, to make the family feel more comfortable, and also to make the patient feel more comfortable, because the end is near, and you want to make it as easy on them as possible, because most times the family is blindsided. They don't know from left and right. They don't know from up or down, and all they know is that the person that they love is there and is about to leave them. And again, grief hits people differently, and they all react differently. But we also have to remember that this individual has some assets, and there's the business side of being an executor that has to be taken care of, especially if the person that's in hospice or has young children, or they've got young people that need to be taken care of. So there's a lot of dynamics at play when someone's in a situation where they're at a place where you are at.
Yeah. Well, the thing is in that particular situation, that they have all these different types of counselors come and talk to the patient. They talk to the family, and they're working hard to prepare and all that kind of stuff. But outside of that, a sudden death or something like that, and it's like, and not only does it leave the family devastated because the person's lost, but then it's like, oh, well, what do I do with all the stuff that's left behind? All the assets that you talked about that are left behind. Now, what do I do with all that? And if we were to have more open conversations about it, would we know better what to do?
Yeah. You're going to have that conversation. If you were to tell your executor or your family, look in that bright red envelope in the filing cabinet. In there, you're going to find the will. You're going to find my funeral arrangements. You're going to find my logins and passwords and any other important pertinent information that's going to help the family. It's also going to help the executor. You want to put it in a bright red envelope. And the reason why I say something in a bright red envelope or bright blue envelope, something that's bright, easy to find, because when there is a death or there is an unexpected emergency, people are traumatized, and you can't find anything when you're traumatized. So make it easier on them to say, I was told that if in a case of emergency, just look for that bright red envelope. They see the bright red envelope, so right off the bat, there should be a sense of accomplishment. So you've made it already easier on them. I found what I'm looking for, because they know in there you've prepared for an emergency just like this, that all the paperwork is there. Who should they talk to? Is it, to settle the estate, an accountant, a lawyer, financial advisor. All of those things are in that brightly colored envelope. And you've just made it easier on the family. You made it easier on the executor because also in there's all the logins and the passwords. Excuse me. You make it difficult on somebody if you can't get into their cell phone, their computer or tablet to, just even shut off, payments that are going to have to be that they're responsible for. The social media, all of those things. Make it easier on the family. Put it in a brightly colored envelope and let them know where it is.
Yeah.
But I was thinking when we were preparing to have this conversation, you were telling me a little bit about you in terms of, being an executor, and maybe you want to talk a little bit about.
I was going to say that because you were talking about turning off payments and turning off payments going out and turning off payments that are incoming.
Right.
My as you were saying, my best friend, she passed away suddenly. It was an accident. So, and the person who was supposed to be executor ahead of me, her brother, had passed away in a tragic, sudden way also. So it fell on me, and I was like, oh, now what do I do, right?
Right.
And when I'm sitting there talking to, I wish I would have known David Eady then. It may have been a lot easier, but turning off the payments was a daunting. It wasn't as simple as pick up the phone, dial a number, and say, "Hey, so and so has passed away. Here's the account information." No. It wasn't that. It was like they wanted, we need certain forms, and they wanted death certificates, things like that. Well, but and depending on where you're listening to this, death certificates can be obtained in different ways depending on the area that you live in, because the United States is a little bit different for our listeners in the United States. It is a little bit different than Canada is.
Right.
Of how you get the death certificate, but the banks Karen was
the banks all have
and
right.
they wanted the death certificate so they knew where they were supposed to be sending the money to. The royalties that came from her books.
Yeah, because every institution has their own protocol.
Mm-hmm.
Where you think it would be pretty straightforward, it's like, and every institution that you deal with, you're you are starting from ground zero. So you're going to have to tell your story again. My friend, my mom, my dad, they are passed away. So it's a constant reminder as you as the executor, sort of a trigger. You've got to explain it to them over and over and over again. And then each one of them has their own protocol that they're going to have to follow. And as executor, you need to figure out what are they going to need. Basically, ask that first question. My friend passed away. What is it? I need the account to be shut down. What is it? What information do you need? And then you go on from there. And it's a checklist. Most of them all start with a death certificate. So you're going to need a lot of death certificates, because so you need a lot of copies of those. So each institution, even when it comes to logins and passwords, when it comes to shutting down the account at Facebook, they've got their own protocol. When it comes to Twitter, Instagram, all of those ones, they've all got their own protocol as well. So you've got to learn all that. But what makes it easier for you is at least you've got the logins to, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, to shut down the account and then follow their protocol.
Yeah.
It's a daunting process. So, but I would ask you the question: when you found out, because it sounds like it went from one person to the other person, and then boom, you became the executor. How did you feel? Well, the first question is, how did you when did you find out, hey, I'm now the executor?
When somebody contacted me and said that they found my friend dead. That's when I found out.
Right.
I was like, or just say that's when when it hit my brain that I probably knew like months before that I was going to be the executor. But that was when it hit my brain, and that's the important part is when it hits your brain, right? Because you're like, there's an emotional response to that.
And it hit your brain, and did you realize what you're about to get yourself involved with? And did you feel prepared?
Oh, I was lost. I was totally lost. If it hadn't been for the fact that I network with people a lot, so that worked to my advantage because I was able to spread out and get advice back from financial advisors, people who have licenses in financial advising.
Right.
This is what you
Right.
needed to do, and this is how you need to talk to this bank manager. I was like, okay, so they scripted out the conversation for me. What I was supposed to say to him and how I was supposed to respond to questions. Because if you respond the wrong way to questions, it's like, well, yeah, there's a living person on the other end of that conversation, and they may open up or they shut down, and you don't want them to shut down. You want them to remain open, right?
Help you keep the process moving.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I had one bank manager decided that he shut the whole process down.
Wow.
I said something, and I said something to him, and where I live is in a more ritzy part of Vancouver in comparison to where my friend lived, which was a more impoverished part of.
Right.
And he said, "Well, why am I going to allow you to come in here and take these assets away from my bank?" I was like, I didn't, and simply put, I just looked at him because I didn't think of it that way. I was like, oh, I didn't think I was taking assets away from your bank. I was just figured that the accounts had to be closed.
Well,
And he
first
didn't
off,
like
I
it.
would say, it's not your money. That's where I would start there. From my bank, he doesn't own the bank. He's an employee like the rest of them there. And what he should do is make your job a lot easier to process, to get the money out to the pay the taxes, and then distribute to the beneficiaries. Not about, hey, you're taking the money out of my bank. It's not your bank. You're an employee.
Right.
So I would have stopped him there. But that's the problem with not the problem, but that's the dilemma that most people are stuck with. They have absolutely no idea. This is all overwhelming. And on top of that, you are battling the grief of your good friend.
Mm-hmm.
This is time consuming, and clearly it was probably time consuming, and it took a lot out of you, and you're dealing with the grief of the loss of your friend.
The bank was a non-physical task in comparison to I also had to empty her apartment because the landlord wanted his property back.
Right.
So I had to close out the apartment, and he also wanted rent to be paid for the time that we were still that her stuff was still occupying that apartment. So he wanted money for that. I was like, but I couldn't blame him because that's his business, right?
Again, you're the executor, and you would figure there's going to be some human compassion. And you're the guy saying, well, okay, she's dead, but her stuff is still here on my property. You need to pay for rent. This is not a storage unit. But you're looking at, well, my Fred's dead. Can I have a little compassion? Isn't that right?
Well, he was trying to be compassionate also because she had rented the place for about 26, 27 years. So.
Okay.
So he was trying to be compassionate also, but I understood his statement when he said he needed the rent to be paid because he was apologetic about asking for it, because he had rented to her for so long, so he had known her, had a personal relationship with her also. So
okay,
but
okay.
but it's but in the end, it's
at the end of the day, this is
people's businesses versus, hey, I got an emotional investment in this. How do we do that?
It's the business side, like I said before, it's the business side of being an executor. But at the end of the day, these are the trials and the tribulations of being an executor. And until you brought that up, I never even thought of that as an issue. One other job that the executor would have to do. So, again, you're battling the grief and loss of your friend, and then you've also got to do the business side of emptying an apartment, dealing with the bank, and all other issues that, quite frankly, you didn't think or sign on for to be as an executor when you took on the responsibility. That's the question. Having now known what's involved, if your friend was here and she said to you, would you be my executor, what would you say to her today?
I would probably turn her down. Knowing what I know now, I would probably turn her down. Simply because I'd be afraid of letting her down.
All right. But if she prepared you better and you understood what the job entailed, would you have said, is there anything that would make you say yes? And you would know what's involved to be prepared?
Well, yeah. Of course, if somebody said, "Well, no, I have it laid out, so all you have to do is go step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4." Yeah,
Yeah.
So our last conversation was about how we were going to grow our businesses to a point that we could pass on the business to a charity or something like that, so that some sort of legacy lives on through charitable contributions and stuff like that. That was our last conversation. So I knew that if the assets to the money, if there was anything left outside of what was supposed to go to her niece, that it was to go to a charity, and a charity that supports people with disabilities. I knew that. I did know that part, because that was the conversations that we always had. So, but there wasn't that much. There weren't that kind of assets left. She hadn't got that far in her business.
Right. So she was self-employed?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then, as you as an executor, there wasn't over and above. There was a will, but there was no succession plan. What was going to happen to the business?
No, there was no succession plan.
Okay.
No, she hadn't come up with that plan yet.
Okay.
And of course we had talked about that we need to find an exit plan for death, and what would that look like? What does the exit plan for death look like for your business?
How did that conversation come up?
Her brother passed away.
Oh, okay.
And she saw how devastated his wife was. and her niece.
Right. Yeah, it's... See, like I said before...
The death conversation killed because of death conversation.
See what I said? The least sexiest topic that you've had on this show.
Yeah. Exactly.
But one of the most important ones.
Yeah. So, just to start wrapping things up, is there like a few really advisable pieces to actually starting that conversation so that people can know what our wishes are after we pass?
Absolutely. Once you've decided, you've met with a lawyer or you decide to do it online, the important thing is that you at least have an estate plan or a will. Majority of Canadians and Americans don't have either. So once you've devised the will and estate plan along with healthcare directives, then you need to, take in consideration who would you want as the executor, having understand that it's a big job and you're asking them to do a big favor. And then what you want to do is prepare them as much as possible for the job. And, like I said, have that bright envelope and have all the important paperwork along with your digital assets and logins and passwords. And then bring it up to the family. It might be, I wouldn't suggest you do it over, a Christmas meal or Thanksgiving. By the way, I just had my will done and I've cut some of you here at the table out of, I wouldn't suggest that. What I would suggest is, you at family get-togethers, because it's an ongoing process that you, maybe a day or two later, you're all together, you're sitting around and said, you know what, just want to have a quick conversation. I recently updated my will. I've got my executor. I've talked to them. I let them know that it's in the filing cabinet, the bright red envelope, so they know where everything is. Just want to let you know, why I picked this executor or the two executors. And, I really hope that what I'm leaving to the family members, that it's not going to be a problem, because I hope for the family, all of you will still, get together and love each other and laugh like we are doing right now in case I'm not here. But it's not something that you do once and then you don't bring up again. Over time you have the conversations, or maybe you have to have side conversations with individuals so they don't feel left out, or they felt that, there's a reason why you made those decisions. It's an ongoing process. But like I said before, this is the biggest gift of love that you can give to your family, by being prepared for this unexpected emergency or death.
Yeah. And of course, we need to know the best place to find your book. And your podcast. You did mention a podcast. So
I have a podcast that you can get anywhere where you get podcasts. It's called Executor Help. The Executor Help podcast, like the book. And I have conversations, and I am, hopefully I'm going to have you on the show, and we'll talk, continue this conversation a little bit more about what it meant to be an executor in your life.
We definitely will be scheduling that. So if you're listening to this show and you go to Executor Help and of course search for me, in 2023 you will hear us talking again about what it means to be an executor.
And people can just go to my website, davidedy.com. So it's David, EDEY.com. On there I've got free resources in terms of checklists for the executor that are free to download. I've got excerpts of my book that you can get. I've got what kind of family are you, so you can see what areas you need to have the conversations. And or you can purchase the audio or digital copy of the book or any of the online retailers at my website. Okay.
And that also leads me to there in 2023. It's kind of funny saying 2023 at this point, but you will also hear part B of this conversation where we discuss family types. So as you're having your conversation with your family, you understand how to build that conversation. So,
Right.
so yeah. Thank you, David. I look forward to doing a few more interviews and be interviewed myself with you. It'll be fun.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Michael. Again, I really appreciate you taking the time to have this conversation, the least sexiest one of all that you've had on your show. And we'll do this, absolutely down in the future.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening, and we'll talk to you later.
Recording stopped.
This show has been produced by Depictions Media. Please contact us at depictions.media for more information. Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio. Welcome back, everybody. I used to think that counseling and psychology and all those sort of things where you sit down and you discuss what's going on in your life was with some stranger or someone that you're paying to listen to you was a bunch of hooey. I used to think that, just pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and fix your own damn problems. You don't need to go running off to someone to discuss them and just wallow about in them. Well, I found out I was wrong. And I wound up having to take a course on counseling myself, or how to help people deal with their problems, because it's something that I had volunteered to do myself in the community. And I found a new light and a new breath for counseling itself. And I'm going to introduce you to Rebecca Helps, and she is a counselor that sits and listens to you, no judgments, and she does specialize in what maybe the courts call anger management, and a few other things such as child and family counseling, couples therapy, and individual counseling. But when you listen to her view on what it is that she does for people and how she grew up, it might change your mind if you're a skeptic about counseling to one who might actually start to believe in it like I do now. I think that whenever we have a bump in the road, that reaching out for a coach or a counselor is probably the way to go. So this is what Rebecca Helps has to say about herself. I grew up thinking people didn't want me around and that I was fundamentally flawed. I developed walls to protect myself by keeping people at bay. People can't reject you if you don't let them get close. This left me alone, exhausted, anxious, depressed, and afraid. I knew that I had to do something, and taking a leap of faith to heal myself, I started a journey to become a counselor. Having broken down my walls and healed my wounds, I wanted to help others to do the same, to find their way out of the dark and lonely places and into a more friendly world. So let's welcome Rebecca to our show. So welcome to the show, Rebecca. It's great meeting you. We met through a networking meeting, and I think we're becoming fast friends. So I was telling everybody in your introduction about, I read your statement on your website, helpscounseling.com, I think it is, right?
Correct, helpscounseling.com.
Yeah. So tell us more about that story and why you decided to put that particular slice of your life on the website.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm going to start with why I put it there. And the reason I put it there and kind of opened up and kind of shared so much about myself is because I want people to know that they're not the only ones going through this. You know, we don't talk a lot about our struggles on like a real vulnerable level. And so we often think I'm the only one that feels like I'm not wanted, or that I'm not good enough, or that I don't belong. And I want people to know that they're not alone in that, and that there is help, that you can get to a point where you no longer feel that way. So for me, my story started in childhood with a lot of different things going on, but a lot of it that shaped it was a severe learning difference of dyslexia. I was quite quite dyslexic, and I also had a speech impediment. And so I think that really made me different than everybody else in my class. And on top of it, I was also very smart. I'm like above average in intelligence in regards to like figuring things out really quickly. I can see patterns and systems. And so, you know, I didn't really fit in anywhere. Because how do you spend half your day in enrichment, half your day in learning assistance, and then expect to fit in with your class? It doesn't really work somehow. So growing up feeling like I didn't belong, that I wasn't wanted, and on top of that, I needed to prove that I was the smartest person in the room in order to stay in the room. Because at some point, my school was talking about sending me to the special school in the district for the kids that couldn't make it in the mainstream school system. So, you know, a lot of fear about, you know, now not only am I like separated in the school, but I'm going to be like totally separated from society in a way. So that's kind of like the basis of where I started off with a lot of this stuff. And there's other stuff going on. But basically, as I grow up, you know, I have a lot of anxiety and depression and not really understanding where it comes from, because nothing in the present was the problem. It was all trauma from the past carrying forward. And I got to a point where I realized that my life wasn't what I wanted it to be. I was doing a job that I enjoyed. I was working from home, but I wasn't energized. I was taking naps in the afternoon because I was so tired I couldn't make it through the day. I had no friends, no social life. I wasn't doing any of my hobbies or interests that I love, which are connected a lot to the outdoors, because it's hard to do those when you don't have any energy. And it's kind of like something needs to change. I've changed jobs. I've changed where I lived. None of those had solved the problem. And so finally it's like, well, I guess I'm the one who needs to change. So I started looking for help to figure out how I could do that. You know, how could I figure out what was wrong with me and work on changing it?
Yeah. You know, a lot of that I can relate to. One of the reasons why I wound up in radio for journalism instead of at a newspaper is because I'm extremely dyslexic. If you ever read an elongated email from me, you'll be like, there's words missing here. And it's stuff like that. But in the science world, in science and math, is like the recognition of patterns and being able to see math as another language and things like that. I was great at, right? So I could kind of relate to where you're going with that. And in the gifted class for math and science and in languages, I was in the like the lowest of the low. You know.
There was an article that came out this summer about research done on the evolutionary purpose of dyslexia. And I've actually shared it with a number of my clients who might have dyslexia also, or maybe they're parents of children. Because for so long, when we're different like that, well, different is wrong. But now we're actually starting to look at it as, well, maybe difference has a purpose. And that's what I actually do a lot as a counselor, is how can we look at who you are and the purpose of what you're doing. Maybe the outcome isn't what you want, right? Maybe there's unintended consequences to your behavior, but maybe there is a purpose to your behavior, just as there is a purpose to dyslexic learners. There's not something wrong with dyslexic learners. They're an important part of evolution, because they're the ones who can see the world differently and don't just keep doing what everybody else is doing. They go out and figure out a different way to do it. And I think there's a really important lesson in that just because other people tell us that there's something wrong with us doesn't mean there is. For so many of my clients, they're feeling like they're not good enough, or that they're not smart enough, or they're not capable enough. And it's because they believe other people have that perception of them. But it doesn't matter what other people's perception is, because other people's perception doesn't know the truth of you. Just as other people judging our behavior doesn't make sense, because other people don't know what's in our heart, right? The only way to know what's in our heart is if we were to tell people, and most people don't wait around to ask before they jump to conclusions and judge others.
Right. So what was that breakthrough moment for you that you realized that, hey, I'm a worthy person and I deserve to be heard?
Well, my counselor training program was a 3-year program. It started off with everybody who does the program needs to do a weekend workshop called The Awakening. And then the first year, your life and you are the curriculum. So I really had to look at my own wounds and what was going on. So there were, for me, so many little breakthrough moments. One that really sticks out for me is we would do this weekend called Alter Ego Weekend. And before that, our classmates would go around, and for each person, they would describe how they see us, like our characteristics. And mine were things like uptight, rigid, rigid, uptight, just kind of like, not present and in the moment. So for Alter Ego, I had to come as Cindy, right, from Three's Company, the blonde one, and just be ditzy blonde. And that was so hard for me to let loose and to be funny, because I needed to be serious so that people wouldn't judge me and exclude me. And so now I was being asked to be funny and silly and, a bit dim. And that weekend really, I think, cracked open for me that it was okay to start to shift how I showed up in the world. And since then, I include humor so much in my life. I had a client the other day where we were laughing in session, and she made a comment about, all adults are old and boring, and she doesn't want to be that way. And I go, well, you're with a counselor who laughs with you in session about some really tragic things sometimes. It's like you've picked a counselor who is the opposite, I think, of old and boring. And she's like, oh, yeah, right. And it's like, so we don't have to be what we think we need to be, right? We don't have to be boring. We don't have to be humorless. We don't, have to be any of these things that we think is needed. We can be whatever we want to be.
All right, that makes sense. Of course, sometimes one industry's jokes don't always translate to another industry's jokes, but that's another topic. But because you shared a joke with me earlier about your calendar that you're going on vacation, and of course you say you're going on vacation and your calendar fills up for that week, and I kind of got the joke, but I didn't get it as a joke.
Well, here's the thing. Most people don't understand my jokes. I think they're hilarious, but I usually have to end up explaining them to people. And then I think that's extra hilarious that my jokes always have to be explained. So maybe they're not really jokes.
Yeah, but it's what makes you, because I think you're fun as a person. I've only met you, what is this, a handful of times, and every time I've talked to you, I'm like, hey, she's a really fun person. Of course, they added into the fact that you're entertaining, added into the fact that I said I gotta have you on the podcast.
Right.
But how does
it's like I feel that I'm.
how does that translate to you being more confident in you so that you can help more people?
So I'm more authentic. I'm more myself. I'm not worried about what other people think. I can't remember what year in my counselor training program, but I was having some like anxiety about, am I going to be able to do this? Because I found that in class, like to get comfortable, to be able to like open up to people, I might kick off my shoes and sit cross-legged on the couch or on the chair. And I'm like, but counselors aren't allowed to do that, right? And one of my teachers said, well, why not? And I'm like, okay. And sure enough, that's what I do. Often clients come in, they're settling in. Maybe even partway through the session, I'll be like, I'm just going to kick off my shoes. Sometimes I sit cross-legged on the couch. Sometimes my feet are up on the table. I'm just very relaxed in the session. I invite them to kick off their shoes. I invite them to stand on the furniture. It's just like we can be ourselves. We don't need to be something else. We can be what we need to be in the moment to feel comfortable, regardless of whether it's a counseling session or we're at home watching TV.
Well, if I need, of course, now I had to, because we're becoming friends, so I can't have you as a counselor. But that's one of the rules. You don't want to counsel your own friends. It's generally a bad idea, right? But you would be the kind of person I would look for. Relaxed, willing to kick your shoes off because it. I guess the question to that is, do you find that in your clients that you're kind of mirroring your clients to help them feel more comfortable, especially if you're allowing yourself to kick your shoes off, sit on the couch with your legs crossed or something?
So I'm not mirroring them because most people don't feel comfortable doing that, right? Like out at an appointment. So what I'm doing is I'm teaching them, because every moment of the day we're all teachers. We're all teaching people around us. And so in the counseling session, I am definitely a teacher. And so I'm teaching them that it is okay to let down your hair. Although I normally put mine up in a ponytail even during the session. But you can let down your hair, you can kick off your shoes, you can relax, you can sit cross-legged. You can find a way to be comfortable. Because ultimately, counseling, you're going to be able to get a lot further in your counseling if you feel comfortable. And that's one of the main things with counseling is you need to feel comfortable with the counselor. And if you don't, then you should move on and find another counselor. I think people sometimes stay too long because they feel like an obligation, maybe, that they've started with this counselor, so they're supposed to stick to them. Because there are some people that jump around from counselors too much because maybe they have attachment issues. So there is a balance there. But at the end of the day, you have to feel like, is this somebody I can talk to? Yeah. Is this somebody I feel can hold space for me, that I feel safe being myself around them?
Yeah, you just used the term that I like to use, hold space, and a few years ago, I had a friend of mine, one of my best friends ever, that we could talk about anything, argue about anything. And get into the kind of argument. It's like, oh, you're a bloody idiot, and you don't know what that like you're talking about kind of arguments, and then wake up the next day, call and say, "Hey, how the hell are you?" It's like almost as though nothing ever we hadn't had to argue about something the day before, because we were always ready, fresh for the next new day, and grateful to have this person in my life. She had an accident and she passed away, and I had a hard time dealing with it, and I wound up dealing with it with a counselor, and he was so relaxed and easygoing about everything that I was able to just. I wouldn't say that he was a friend, because he didn't become a friend, but I was that comfortable, right? That I could just like let my feelings fall out. I didn't have to worry about the judgment of why my feelings for this person were what they were, right? So, yeah. Go ahead.
And that's a worry people have, whether it's in counseling or the rest of our day, our lives, is always this worry about judgment. I'm going to be judged, right? I shouldn't do this because I'm going to be judged. And counseling is a place where you should never feel judged, right? Counseling should always be that safe place. And if you're feeling judged, then it's not the right counselor for you.
Right. And that makes perfect sense. So, let's move on, because your story about dyslexia, I love the research that you actually did into it, and please email it to me and share, so we can maybe we can write an article about it together or something. I don't know, but
or maybe you can even include a link to the article, because I'm sure other people might be interested in it too, because dyslexia isn't uncommon. We just don't talk about it because there's something wrong with it.
Yeah. See, neurodiversity, we need to have a whole segment just about that. But how do you decide if you're going to work with someone or if you're going to pass them on? Because helps counseling has what do you got, like 12 or 15
no, we have about,
working with you?
Yeah, we have about 6 or 7 right now. The number fluctuates. So sometimes people go to the website and they read the bios and they connect with somebody. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons I try to make sure my counselors all have more of a personal story instead of a bio which just says, I became a counselor because I like to help people. Well, that should be unspoken. If you're going to be a counselor, it should be because you like to help people. You don't need to say that. Maybe say a little bit more about where liking to help people comes from. So sometimes people self-select based on the bio. And when I talk to them directly, sometimes it's often a gut feeling, right? Or people tell me something about their story, and I'll be like, I know that counselor has worked through that. Because part of what I was trained as a counselor is you can't help people unless you've overcome that issue yourself. So if you're codependent with a parent, you can't help a client to let go of being codependent with a parent unless you've gone through and have worked through that and are no longer codependent with your parent. So hearing a person's story, you can kind of get a sense of which counselor is going to be the right fit for them. And then I usually recommend it. Some people go straight into a session with a counselor and it works out great. Some people want to do a consult first too, like a free 20-minute consult, and that's fine also. So again, it comes back to feeling comfortable with the counselor.
Right. So then that makes sense to have as much of your personality show up in your bio as possible, and as much of your authentic story. Because when I read your bio, I was like, oh, it's like I know exactly how that felt, and so it was well written that way also. And for a person who is dyslexic, it was also easy for me to read out into the intro. Also, I didn't stumble nearly as much as I usually do. But we won't tell people that part. So well done on that. How did you come to want to bring other counselors together in a system like helps counseling? How did you get to that point?
Well, it's always been my dream to be an entrepreneur. I've read so many books. I remember reading the E-Myth, and it started off talking about becoming an entrepreneur by building on your trade. And my brother did that. He's a painter, and he built a painting company. I don't really have a trade. I tried to do it before off of my computer business analyst skills, but I didn't get very far. So, when I was deciding to become a counselor, in the back of my head, it was like, this is my trade. This is what's going to help me build that business and be an entrepreneur. And I started off wanting to maximize my office to get the most out of it. Like if I'm renting it for 7 days a week for for the whole month, I'm not using it all the time, so why not bring somebody else in to share the room and make some money off of that? And I do that, but what I have found from my model, which is different than other counselors, is let's have counselors all over the Lower Mainland that are listed underneath the Helps Counseling website. So that way we're working together and not competing against each other. We have shared advertising, we have the shared website, and it really helps counselors that are especially new to the business to come in and have a team and be supported and to learn how to grow their practice while not having to worry about all of the business running things. And they can focus on just getting some coaching and some support to connect better with their clients. And so I like to help counselors too, because I like to help people. And if it helps me to reach my dream of being an entrepreneur and building a business, then it's a triple win. A win for me, a win for counselors, and a win for the clients.
Yeah, because I did notice that like there's a variety of areas, topics, however you want to put it, in how each of the counselors actually help people. So it isn't a one size fits all sort of thing. So you if I'm reading this correctly, that of course the client self-picks who they want to work with based on the story, because this is something that all of us entrepreneurs face. How do you figure if that person isn't really fitting in with you, and you need to pass them on to someone else?
If the client isn't fitting in, and
they're not fitting in with you specifically, and you want to pass them on to the next person. How does that work?
Yeah,
if it hasn't.
So, it hasn't really happened. I'm trying to think. I can't think of any exact examples, but I could see it where, we call it projection, where you're like projecting something onto the other person. So if somebody is not connecting with me, maybe because I remind them of a female figure from their childhood who was abusive, so maybe they can't quite feel comfortable with me, not because of anything I'm or not doing, but because of what they're struggling with. And so that would be like an example of when it might be appropriate to pass them on to somebody else. And it could also be an opportunity to really help them work through that by helping them to take off the projection. So everything's a case-by-case, unique situation. And it really depends on where the client is at and what they feel is right for them. So I'd only refer a client on if I really feel like I'm not able to help them. Because the one thing that I hear from clients, which they were seeing a counselor, and I remember one client told me their counselor told them they couldn't help them anymore and was going to stop seeing them. And it was a client who didn't talk very much during sessions. And so for counselors, that of course can be very anxiety provoking if you have a client who isn't talking. But if the client isn't talking, it's our job as the counselor to keep working on creating a space that is right for the client. So if the client isn't talking, I'm not going to say, well, I can't help you and I need to pass you on to another counselor, because that could very well make the person feel very rejected and that they're not doing something right. Instead, I'm going to switch up how I approach it. And I might switch more to psychoeducation, so psychology education, and just talk with them and explain stuff. And often then that helps too, right? Because at least they're still learning something. And often people who aren't saying anything are really taking it in and are hearing it, and it's like processing in their brain. And so they're still learning and growing by simply having somebody take the time to explain and educate them on why they're feeling the way they're feeling. Or not why, but like, where those feelings come from or how they develop.
That kind of makes sense. So, you have a process of where you're always kind of teaching somebody something new, either about them or about what's going on around them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I remember one client who came to me for anger management. And when I do anger management, I follow this book and I teach like anger management skills and knowledge, but I try to talk and incorporate counseling to get to the root of the problem. Where's the anger coming from? Can we resolve the underlying beliefs that are getting in the way? And this was a client who didn't talk very much, just hadn't grown up talking about feelings or thoughts or anything like that. So we just really focused on the education part and talking about different scenarios and how this stuff comes up and what's going on. And every week he would come back and tell me how much he got out of it and what changes he had started to make in his life and how he was seeing a difference. And it was like, so it doesn't actually always matter what the client is saying. It matters what the client is getting out of it.
Okay. So what is it that you hope the client actually gets out of it?
I hope the client gets out of it that they're allowed to shift their perceptions and their beliefs. That just because somebody has told them something is true doesn't mean it is. We're all, well, not all, but it's like we grow up hearing either directly or indirectly that we're not good enough or we're not lovable or that we're not capable. And we take that as the truth. And yet, why is that any more the truth than the belief that I am lovable and that I am capable and that I am good enough and I have value? So helping them to, shift their thinking from accepting that just because somebody else tells you something is true doesn't mean it's true, and you can actually choose to believe something different. So instead of choosing to believe you're not good enough, you can choose to believe that you are.
Okay. Now, because that's that's a real deep dive into how you get somebody to start to see that they're, or choose, so they can choose to see that they are worthy and a worthwhile, valued human being in our society.
Yeah, I wish I could do it in one session, but it usually takes quite a few to get to that point.
Yeah.
And we get stuck, believing that we're not good enough or not capable because it's a way to protect ourselves. If somebody bigger than us or in authority thinks we don't have value, right? If we try to prove different to them, they'll figuratively or perhaps literally beat us down. So we start to adopt the beliefs of our abusers as a form of protection. And so to be able to shift our beliefs, we have to first work on understanding that we're safe and that we're not back in grade 5 with that teacher who really should not have been a kindergarten teacher telling us that we're worthless, or not back with that parent who, although they love us, really do not have parenting skills and unfortunately conveyed to us that we didn't have value. So it's helping people come out of the past to be in the present and to build safety in the present.
And safety in the present, that's something that we all, I don't think that there's a person or being out there that doesn't want that safety right in their present life, So
yeah, but it's understanding the difference between like a real threat and a perceived threat, because a lot of us are living with anxiety or anger because we're seeing threats and danger all around us.
Mm-hmm.
But those threats are just perceptions. So this morning, I was out walking my dog, and there's a bit of a forest path. And I mean, I've walked down this I don't know how many times, but I looked down just to make sure there weren't any dogs off the leash because, I didn't want it to be a problem with my dog. And I see something. And I'm like, what is that? Is that a branch? No? Yeah, no, that's just some leaves. Anyways, somehow my brain did identify it was a coyote, but its fur so blended in with the leaves, it was so hard to see. So there's an actual potential threat, right?
Real threat.
So, yeah, like there's a coyote. I have a big dog, so I'm not that worried about it. But there's a threat. So now I'm going to just switch and keep on the city block and walk that way. Where I have a neighbor who doesn't want to walk down any of the forest paths around here because she's worried about bears. And there are a lot of bears where I live, but the reality is that we don't run into them all the time. So, but when you do see the bear or coyote, then you take action versus assuming that you're going to see a bear and a coyote and therefore you're not safe. And therefore you're taking actions to protect yourself, which in reality just limit the life you get to live. Because if I was always worried about bears and coyotes, I would never get to go out and enjoy this beautiful forested area.
Right. I totally get that, because our forested area around where we live here in of course another part of the Lower Mainland, I would say not to, within about 100 meters of where our house sits, there is an actual coyote den. Well, that's not going to stop me from going out because you know what? The coyote has to do the same things I have to do. It has to eat. It has to sleep, and it has to rest. And their society also, they have a society, in which case they spend time together. And it doesn't mean that they're always out hunting. It means that there's other things that coyote is going to want to do. So I don't know that I'm going to step out the door and he's hunting. So I'm going to assume that he's not. So I'm going to go out the door. I'm going to have fun myself, and in the same neighborhood because he's my neighbor, you know. And
but if you open up the door and see the coyote actually on your doormat, then maybe close the door and wait and go out after he's left.
Right. Exactly. Because it's like, okay, he's probably on my doorstep because, coyotes tend to want to go through our trash and our garbage to look for food. So, he's hungry. Close the door back, and I don't have to worry about him being hungry until... And he'll eventually either find food and carry it off, or he won't find food and he'll walk off. Either way, eventually it's going to leave, right? So we don't need to be in constant fear. Is the whole point, right?
And it's about evaluating the moment and the reality of what's actually happening, right? The actual tangible facts of the moment versus the perceived threats that could be out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, because I know I did this thing about the evolution of the human brain, and when we created urban areas, that we started creating these more perceived threats than actual threats. Early man actually had to deal with the wolf, the tiger, all that sort of stuff, being at his cave door. And when we have an urban area, we don't really have to deal with that, and we started in our minds creating these perceived threats, but there's no real basis to them. So how do you teach a person that there's no basis to what they perceive to be a threat, instead of where there is, like the example of the coyote, that's a real threat? How do you teach a person the difference?
Well, it's understanding where the threat is coming from. It's almost like when somebody's angry or anxious, and I always consider angry and anxious as two sides of the same coin. They're so interconnected. It just shows up as anger for some people and anxiety for the others. But if you think of it as an iceberg, and 10% is above the surface, and 90% of the iceberg is below. So when we're anxious or angry, we got to address the 10% above the surface, and then let's look at what's really driving up our adrenaline and cortisol and our feelings of anger and anxiety, which is at 90% below, which is coming from the past. And so it's helping people to, again, distinguish between the past and the present.
Okay. Wow. So we do need to actually start wrapping up, and because we're getting close to the end of the show here. One last question. What is it that that you want when somebody works with you and you're ready to I don't know, how do you put that? discharge them or say, hey, you know what, you're healed to a point that you don't need to come see me anymore, but feel free to come back when you need to heal again. What is that goal? How do you know that they are healed? How do you know when it's time to let them go and discharge them?
Yeah, well, first of all, people aren't broken. So, maybe healing isn't the right word.
I can't really figure out the right word, but I'm hoping that you understand what I mean.
Yeah. So, the best way is to look at it with the onion analogy, right? Mm-hmm. We all have layers of understanding of ourselves that we need to work through. And so sometimes those come off in thin slices, sometimes they come off in big chunks as we peel back the onion. And sometimes we need to just take a break from it because we've done enough work and we're feeling stable and good where we're at. And so we take a break from our self-discovery exploration that we're on, and maybe we do it just more on our own. So when working with a client, one of the first things I always do is set goals. And one of the goals is always a feeling goal. What do you want to feel more of in your life? Mm-hmm. And for a lot of people, that's happy, joy, content, free, at peace. And so, as things start to shift, right, and we start to get to that point where they're starting to feel more joy and happiness and peace in their life, then we'll start to talk about, maybe it's time to cut back on appointments. Maybe instead of coming once a week, you come every 2 weeks, and then every month. And really, it's up to the client in the end to decide when's the right time for them. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes people just need a break too from going deep on themselves. It can be exhausting in a different way to work on yourself emotionally. And sometimes it's like we do all this work, which is great, and we get so much out of it. And at the same time, sometimes we just want to be able to go play and have fun and not have to think about all the deeper layers and meanings of things for a while. And so it's just time to take a break from our self-exploration journey.
I see. Kind of makes sense. What are the best ways to find you and work with you? I know we mentioned helpscounseling.com. What other ways do we have to get a hold of you and work with you? Or your team?
Well, you can so you can contact us through helpscounseling.com. My phone number's on the website. My email's there. So reach out. I work with, and my team works with individuals, couples, families. Not all of us, but some of us work with children. And then I'm also branching into working with companies. I really believe that we need to bring mental health more into the workplace because that's where we spend the majority of our time with most of our interactions and relationships with a variety of people. And so we need to actually do more in the workplace to foster mental health so that we can have healthier work environments. Because when we have healthier work environments, we have more productive and profitable work environments. So everybody benefits. So if you want to work with me on an individual level, great. And if you're liking what you're hearing and think it could benefit your company, I'd love to work with you and your company.
Cool. Awesome. So thanks for joining us today. And thank you, everybody, for listening. We hope that you do actually go to helpscounseling.com and work with Rebecca and her team. They're a wonderful bunch of people. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Michael, for having me. This was really fun.
Yeah. We'll have to do this again. Okay. And again, maybe. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening today. And I would like to invite everybody, please find that subscribe button. If you haven't already clicked on it, find it, click on it, and receive continued updates from us here at Depictions Media Radio and from this particular show, The Influencer Club. This show has been produced by Depictions Media. Please contact us at depictions.media for more information. Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio.
You're everything to me. Oh,
Welcome back, everyone. Today we're going to have with us a man who has coined himself and has done TEDx speaking with over 190,000 views. He is a top connector on LinkedIn with over 25,000 first level connections and with 1.7 million second level connections and over 700 million third level connections. His lifetime work from a home entrepreneur. He graduated from Purdue. He's done all sorts of really cool things, including co-authored 3 books, and he is a frequent podcast guest, and he happens to be showing up on the Influencer Club, our podcast. Blaine Elkers is the only Chief Results Officer that you can find. As a matter of fact, he was smart enough to be able to trademark the phrase Chief Results Officer. He has always loved to help people get the results, and he knows which habits bring success and results and how to create them instantly and stick with them for a lifetime. So why don't we bring the one and only Chief Results Officer, Blaine Elkers, to the show. So, welcome to the show, Blaine. And, Chief Results Officer, and you trademarked it. It's like, that's just amazing stuff. So how did you find yourself becoming a Chief Results Officer? Because that's one hell of a title. And how it's like, and I'm sure everybody's going to be excited to find out how they can actually learn from you. So why don't we start with the story, how you got there?
Yeah. All right, Michael, thank you so much, first of all, for having me on. I am honored to be on with you and to share and, to hopefully impart a few words of wisdom here or there. But I love this title of Chief Results Officer. And a little bit of the backstory is I had a few moments of what I like to call dawning comprehension, where, the light bulb goes off and you're never quite the same after that. And the first one happened in college. I went to Purdue University in Indiana. And maybe like some of the listeners and like you, I've kind of been like a seeker of knowledge. Like, how can I do better? How can I learn? And I saw this little ad for an audio cassette tape. So kind of dating myself. This is back in the 80s. Some listeners might not know what an audio cassette is. It's a little program you can send away for. It has an audio program on it. And it was an audio cassette of kind of a reading of this book called Think and Grow Rich by a gentleman named Earl Nightingale. He became one of my mentors. But anyway, so I got that tape. I listened to it, and then I got the book, and I read the book. And the moment of dawning comprehension was that I realized, and I made a little phrase, Waiteba, what you think about, you bring about. And so I learned early on, I think I was lucky that I learned early on that my thoughts kind of dictate my reality. Dominant thought, dominant behavior, and that what I held. And then later I would kind of study the science behind that. But whatever those thoughts I really focused on and kind of emotionalized, I would make progress towards those things. So that was the first moment of dawning comprehension. The second one came actually a little later. And my degree's in computer science background like yourself, Mr.
Yeah.
Chemistry. And so I was on a business trip for the company I worked for. It was kind of a long business trip, and I came back, and my son, Bo, he was about 1 year old at the time, he was like acting weird and like giving me the cold shoulder. And I said, Beth, what's going on? Why is he sick? And she says, no, he's not sick, but you were gone so long, he kind of forgot who you were. And I was like, whoa, that like hit me kind of emotionally. And then I had these flashbacks when I was a kid. Both my parents worked, so I would come home to the empty home. A lot of times my brother wasn't there, and I was a little bit scared that night. So from the moment of dawning comprehension to a clarifying decision, I said, no matter what happens, I'm going to be a work from home dad. Now this is long before it was cool to be a remote worker, but I was going to do that. Now, so I started a couple of businesses, and it took me a year. But a year later, I broke free from my regular job, and I became this work-from-home dad. And that was 27 years ago. So now the kids are grown and out of the nest. But for 27 years, I was working and running businesses, and still do, from home. But what that did is that gave me the time and the space and the headspace running these other companies on my own to really figure out, like, why am I here? And we could talk about some exercises you could do to help you kind of determine some of that life purpose. But I realized that I'm here to help people take control of their lives by taking control of themselves, something I call self-fluence. In 2009, I started a company called Self-Fluence. I started helping people doing that. I had friends who were starting mastermind groups, and they said, look, why don't you come in here and you'd be like our results guy and our mindset guy? And I said, that's great. That's what I love to do. So I set up a little business relationship with a bunch of masterminds, and I started helping the members get results each week. And so then they started calling me the Chief Results Officer. And I go, I like that title. You know, there's Chief Operating Officer, you know, there's Chief Executive Officer. No, Chief Results Officer. That's who I am. So I actually went to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, and nobody had it registered. So I registered. I got the R with the circle, which takes a little more time. I could talk about that process. It took about 6-7 months and a couple $100. But now I can say I'm America's only Chief Results Officer. But anyway, that's a little maybe too long of a story for you. But that's how I ended up with the title.
But you know what? Some of that stuff. Some of our listeners need to know that, because they have something special within their company that they should actually trademark before somebody else does. A really quick and short story. There, because up here in British Columbia, there was no Target. So this guy, he created this business that was Target Marketing. And he had a logo that was basically a Target. So here comes Target, the big conglomerate store, and I looked at him and said, you realize that their Target is trademarked, and yours is going to come close enough that they will contact you, and they will with a cease and desist, because you don't have a Canadian trademark. And he's like, well, they can't do that. And I was like, it's just a Target. I said, sure enough, here comes Target the store, and what he thought was like a really cool logo for himself, they said it belongs to us now. So you say your story, you're saying that you trademarked the Chief Results Officer because that was special to your company? Everybody who's listening should be listening to that and say, well, what is it that's special about my company that helps my company make money? And they should be thinking about trademarking it, because what did it cost you? Like a couple $100 to $1,000? Versus how much more have you made back off of that, right?
Yeah, for sure. For me, I did it myself, so really it was just maybe $300 and some time. If you hire an attorney to do it, maybe it's $1,000 to $1,500. To get the registered trademark here in the United States, that's super powerful. Now, the TM trademark, you can add that to any phrase or anything, and you don't even have to submit any money. You just want to start using it and maybe document how you use it. But again, you can also submit, and it's a lot cheaper if you don't want the R, the registered trademark, to just trademark things or to officially copyright things. But definitely, if you've got some kind of proprietary stuff. And in the United States, they have a nice database. You can search it. You can see, what other logos and what other phrases are already, trademarked. And sometimes those trademarks lapse, and then you can kind of, jump in there and get it.
So, along with it, as part of your intro, how we introduced you, you're also expert in habits. How does that work with results?
Yeah, it's a good point. And we are, you often hear this, we're creatures of habits. Creature of habit, in that your life is built on these days that you live,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the habits. Now, there's two sides of the coin. There's the good habits and the bad habits, but both of them create kind of who you are over time, right? So if you're in the habit of eating healthy, right, then you're going to, for the most part, end up healthy. If you're in the habit of eating poorly, then you're probably going to end up, kind of with poorer health because of that. So we are creatures of habits, and everything that we teach kind of through Self-Fluence, we always say that everything you need is within reach, you're already doing it, and you can master it. So when we talk about habits and consistency and self-confidence, all that comes from you being able to say, create a new habit and stick with it. But everyone needs to realize that they are already habit masters, right? So, for example, I'll say, okay, Michael, in the last 24 hours, have you brushed your teeth in the last 24 hours?
Sure.
Okay. How long have you had that habit of brushing your teeth?
I can't think back that far.
Okay,
Probably
so
yeah,
right?
it's been forever, right?
Yeah. So what happens is neurologically, what happens is actually takes about 63 days to wire a new habit neurologically, where you don't have to think about it, no willpower required, and you kind of just remember to do it. Now there could be different cues, like you're getting ready for bedtime, that cues you to brush your teeth. But in any case, that you're already doing it, you're already a master at it, and so we have a framework called 21-second habits. And that's how to create new habits in 21 seconds, not 21 days. Now, neurologically, it takes 21 days, but we give you a little bit of a mind hack to be able to basically create that habit instantly. And this is something that I used personally 1,721 days ago. Now, I know that because there's an app that tracks. I do these two habits every morning, and I've used this framework that we can discuss right now to do this, to set up these 21-second habits. But just to let you know, it works, because now I've got over 1,700 days in a row, and clearly now those things are ingrained habits, neurologically, so I don't really have to think about them too much. But are you ready to learn about the 21-second habit framework?
Yeah, let's go for it. I'm all curious now.
Yeah, well, I mentioned the teeth brushing because this is where my wife and I kind of discovered it. But anyway, my wife used to have nearly daily migraine headaches. And so the doctors gave her this headache log and said, okay, Beth, you got to fill this thing out. Like, what are you eating? What's the weather? What do you think the cues and triggers are? What's the barometric pressure? All this data. And she could do it for a day or two, at most 3. Then she would forget to do it. Then she would lose the headache log, and then it would just be a nightmare, right? And then one night I'm watching her, brush her teeth. Now, she does the dentist recommended 2 minutes. She's a 2-minute brusher. 2 minutes at night, 2 minutes in the morning. And I said, Beth, and here's the first key, the 21-second habits. It's called habit linking. So what we did is we took the headache log and a pen, and we put it underneath the toothbrush and the toothpaste. And every time she brushed her teeth, she filled out the log. And she went from not being able to do it for 1, 2, 3 days to 90 days in a row without missing. And then we took that back to the doctor, and today she has maybe once every couple months she might get a migraine. But anyway, she was able to do that. That's the first secret. It's called habit linking. So you link your new habit to an existing habit that you're already a master at, that takes no willpower, right? And so when I saw her 1,721 days ago do that, I said to myself, okay, what are the habits that I want to, let's experiment. Let's see if this is self-evident for me. Does it work? And so I thought, okay, there's these 2 habits. I wanted to do this Bible app. And then I wanted to take a mind shower. So a mind shower, like I wash my physical body every day, but I wanted to wash my mind out. And there's just a lot of head trash from news and social media and friends and just all kinds of stuff. And so I wanted to clean that out every day. And so then I said, okay, what do I do? I want to do it first thing in the morning because I know the day can get away from you. I said, what do I do first thing in the morning? No willpower required, happens all the time. Smartphone, right? My smartphone. So that's the first thing. Sometimes the alarm is going off in that phone, but I always open my smartphone. And so so the first key is the habit linking. But the second key is that you need to surf an urge that you have to give you the energy to do that habit. And so in my case, what I did is on my phone, my iPhone, I moved all the apps off the home screen. And I just put the two apps there, the Bible app and Headspace is the app that I use for the mind shower. And then I said, when I open my phone, I have to do those two apps before I'm allowed to touch anything else. Now, down at the bottom, there's 4 apps. One happens to be my text messages. And I'm always getting text messages in the middle of the night, sometimes from my son. He lives in Denmark. But, I mean, there's always the notifications down there. And I really want to check my email, check my bank accounts, what orders came in, who's reaching out to me, what's happening in the news. I have just, huge desire in the morning. And I surf that urge to want to do all that, to push myself to do those two habits, right? And now some days I want, some days I like a 10-minute mind shower, but if I'm short on time, 2-3 minutes is fine. 2-3 minutes is fine. And the apps track it. So make sure that I kind of do it every single day. So habit linking, number 1. Number 2 is surf some kind of an urge. And then number 3 is just look for ways to get leverage to help you solidify that habit. What I mean by that is the carrot and the stick, they both work. Meaning, if I do this habit for a week, I get to buy that book I wanted to buy, right? Or the stick also works. If I don't do the habit any day this week, come up with some kind of penalty, and usually a spouse or partner is happy to pick out the penalty for you if you don't make it, whether that, like, I got to cook dinner 3 nights in a row or, whatever. My wife, Beth, can definitely come up with something there. So having some leverage on yourself, and then psychologically, there's a leverage around day 3 or 4 that you don't want to break the chain. You don't want to lose the streak, so that tends to help. But that's really the key is habit linking, surfing an urge, and then leverage. I'll give one final example. I was working with someone recently, an attorney, and she's like, Blaine, you always talk about planning your day. I'm like, that is like super important. Next day planning, never let a day end without planning the next one. I love that. She's like, I'm not doing it. So I said, Ann, what do you do first thing in the morning? No willpower required. We're looking for something to have it linked to. She says, well, the first thing I do is have a cup of coffee. I go, bingo. I want you to take a pad of paper and pen, put it by the coffee machine. And then when you go to your coffee machine, what kind of coffee machine? It was this machine that grinds the beans and it makes a great aroma. And I said, good, make the coffee, smell the coffee, get all amped up for the coffee. But don't drink the coffee until you start that list for the day. So she had to habit link it to things. She didn't have to think about it. It happens automatically. And then she surfed that urge for the coffee to at least start the list. And many days she kind of like does the list, while she's drinking her coffee. But what do you think about that?
Wow. Okay, let's go through the steps one more time. Step number 1 is?
Habit linking to an existing habit that you're already doing, right? Like could be waking up, could be coffee, could be opening your phone, could be getting dressed, could be driving to work. All these things that you already do, brushing your teeth, all those things that you're already doing.
Okay, number 2?
Is urge surfing, where you surf some kind of an urge that you have to give you the energy to do it, right? So in my case, I wanted to see all those other things on my phone. Anne wanted the coffee. And then my wife doesn't like that gritty, like she cannot go to sleep with that gritty teeth feel, right? That is a big desire of hers, is to clean those teeth before she goes to bed.
And number 3?
Is leverage. Adding some leverage on yourself to make sure you do it. And the leverage can be in the form of a reward, like if you do so many days in a row, or it could be in a stick, like some kind of penalty if you don't. And then know that if you can just get a few days in a row, 3-4 days, psychologically, you're going to want to keep that habit.
Yeah. I had you do that because remember the in marketing, the rule of 3, if we get people to hear it 3 times, that it'll stick in their head. So I wanted this to stick in our listeners' heads. So that's why I had you wrap it one more time. But okay, so So if we follow these things, and of course this is one of your habits, and if we follow the habits of those who we want to mentor us, even if we don't actually physically meet them, it's like, and we start to emulate you, we'll start to get to what are you at, like 170. No, it was a couple million LinkedIn followers, right?
So LinkedIn, yes, LinkedIn, I'm up to a little like almost 27,000 frontline followers, like,
Yeah.
directly connected to me. Now, if LinkedIn lets you look at like your next level, like your second level of connections and your third level of connections. Yeah. When I get out 2 or 3 levels, I've got, whatever, a lot.
Yeah. No, one of the reasons why I bring up LinkedIn is because, especially this particular show that we're on right now, a lot of people in LinkedIn actually listen to it because it's about clearing our mind so that we can achieve. And LinkedIn is a database full of people who want to achieve, right? So that's one of the reasons why I bring in the larger our following becomes, the more connected we are to that database. And so if we want to have a database like yours, we have to start forming habits like you do. So
and I was just going to say,
go ahead.
I was just going to say with LinkedIn, it was a habit to build that. I just, habit linked some using the app on my phone when I had, just kind of spare minutes, waiting in line, traffic light or whatever. Whenever I had that spare kind of islands of time, I would use that I had a search in there, and I would just reach out to connect with people, right? And now I did methodically look at only connecting to people that were on my second level, like there's only one person between us, and I built most of my connections in the Phoenix area. So if someone says, "Oh, look, here's Blaine. I'm not sure if I know him, but he is in Phoenix. I'm in Phoenix, and there's this one, person. I'm only one level away from them, and that worked well for me. I would say, I would probably have, in just a few minutes, I can invite 50 people in a minute or two using that kind of the way you can just hit a button, say connect. And out of that, like 10 to 15% of those people over the next 2 weeks would say yes to that. And then the people that say no, you kind of clear them out after a couple of weeks. If they hadn't accepted, then I clear them out. But yeah, it was that habit linking to traffic lights, and spare time.
Right. So, was there any particular way that you reached out to them to help you build that list?
Yeah, so LinkedIn is pretty good about you getting very specific about the search. So in terms of search, I wanted to connect with people that were owners and entrepreneurs, let's say, but so I could type in business owner or even just the word owner. And if they had the word owner in their profile, most of the time they were business owners. So if they were business owners in the Phoenix area, right, that's who I wanted to connect with. Now you could say restaurant, like if you wanted to go just restaurant owners, or you could, say coach, consultant. You could look at these different categories as well. But I primarily stayed in the business owner or business entrepreneur, space, and that was kind of more than enough.
Okay. Because one of the things that, and this is one of the reasons why you actually popped up for me in 2 different places. Of course, Podmatch being this great database for those who want to appear on podcasts or those who own a podcast, it's a great database for us to connect. So you appeared there, but you also had appeared you were one of my seconds on LinkedIn when I went to look for you. And one of the reasons is because I look for people who have inspiring stories. Somewhere in everything that you do, you have listed that you have an inspiring story. So,
yeah, for
and
sure.
in your opening story, how you got to be chief results officer is inspiring, right?
Yeah, and also you might have searched, which is a good one if you're looking for inspiring stories, is TED or TEDx speakers. Mm-hmm. So I did a TEDx talk where you have only a small amount of time, typically 12 to 18 minutes, and you have to just present one big idea worth sharing. And so I was able to do that, and that was kind of like a bucket list item for me to be able to do that.
And there we have it. There's where our inspiring story lied. It's like, I think every TEDx speaker has, when you searching in inspiring stories, just about everybody on LinkedIn has is either they're waiting to do a TEDx or they have a TEDx. So
yeah. In my TEDx, I talked about this concept that I learned in college, Waitebo. What you think about, you bring about. So I kind of unpacked that for the audience, and we did a few little exercises and things, and I really enjoyed it.
Okay, so let's dive into that a little bit. What do you think about is what you bring about? Because you said you've actually said that the second time today. So let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. So this concept of Waiteba. Now that sounds like a circus tiger's name, but it's not. It's an acronym, right? For what you think about, you bring about. And so I originally had that, I learned about that from that book, Think and Grow Rich. But you can look all over, right? As you think it in your heart, so are you, right? And there's a lot of things in history where people realize that we become what we think about, right? And so what you think about, you bring about, was my way of saying the importance of your thoughts. But then your importance, the second part, you bring it about, is that it's an active thing. So Waiteba, it's not only controlling your thoughts, but then it's directing your thoughts, but then acting on that direction. And I'm a little bit like you, a scientific fellow. Mm-hmm. And so, I want to know, like, scientifically, how is this working? Like I had a lot of success in college. I did well there. I met my wife. We've been married 30 years. I got a great job out of college, and I've used this Waiteba, through my whole life. But I really wanted to know kind of like, well, how is it working? And then, so I'm not sure, you probably heard of this before, but there's a part of the brain in the back here, back by your brainstem, called the reticular activating system. And so that is the part of the brain that lets the things from the kind of subconscious mind, it's like the executive filter or assistant that sends them to the conscious mind. So there's so much happening in your body now. Oh, it's monitoring your breathing and your blood and, the pH of your blood and all the five senses, all that stuff, sight, sound, touch, right. It's all coming into your brain all the time. Now you'd go crazy if the RAS wasn't there to kind of let all that stuff run an automatic pilot. But the RAS, it wants to send you things that you're looking for, right? So if you program it with bad stuff, like, I can never eat healthy. I can never. It'll start feeding you more potato chips and other bad things to eat, and it'll give you those suggestions because it doesn't know kind of good from bad. But if you program it with the right stuff, the good stuff, then it will bring those things to you. The example I used in my TEDx talk was my son. He bought his first car. All on his own money. And it was an Acura TL, maroon color. I didn't even know what an Acura TL was. But he sent me this picture, and it was kind of like an emotional picture. And that's another key. If your thoughts are emotionalized, they tend to have more power. So he saw this. He told me about it. We were all excited about that car. And I had never seen that car before. But wouldn't you know it, for the next couple of weeks, I pull up to the traffic light. Here comes that car, that exact color, that exact car, pulls up right next to me. I drive by the Acura lot. Why is that car in the front of the lot? There it is. I'm seeing it everywhere. Now, was the car always there? Yes, it was. But I wasn't tuned into it. Now the RAS, it has a reason to say, hey, see that? You've seen that before. And so you can start through spaced repetition, begin to give it those commands, those orders, those suggestions, so that it too will start to find those things. And you can literally now, brain science has really made some strides. They can see and measure how you can literally rewire your brain to seek opportunity, happiness, and all these other things just by kind of spaced repetition of thought. I'll give you one example. If you're struggling with head trash, we could talk about that too. That's why I take that mind
I'm
shower
going to
in
get
the
back
morning.
to that term head trash when we go through this, because I want people to truly understand what that means.
Yeah. So if you have some of that, one simple thing you can do that will begin to rewire your brain is first thing in the morning, or you could do it last thing at night, is look back over the last 24 hours and just write down 3 good things that happened to you. 3 good things that happened to you. Now, some people call it gratitude. You could say things you're thankful for, but what I want you to do is you're going to reprogram your brain over a series of, it will just take probably 21 days, but 63 days is the best. But when you look back over the last 24 hours and you seek for the opportunities of the good things that happened, you'll begin to find them in the future and you'll begin to feel better about yourself. So that's that simple thing of looking back 2 to 3 things that happened to you. That'll help kind of switch it around and you'll start to look for those things in the future.
Yeah. So I've told stories about this sort of thing because that is one of my big habits. My wife and I both we sit at the end of the day and we talk about just a few things that we're happy to happen that day. And recently, to the average person, having to come up with $3,000 to fix your truck is devastating. It could break some people, right? For us, it didn't break us because we were already in that state of, okay, the opportunity is going to come here. It will come, and because we follow this habit of finding 3 things or more of that we're happy about, that we're glad happened, that keeps us in this state. So, sure enough, a client walked through the door, and how much do you think that the client was worth that particular day?
Right, 3,000 or more.
3,000 or more, right? It's like, so we had the money right off the bat to pay the mechanic, and we had enough money because the mechanic needed the truck for a week, so we had to go rent something. So we had enough for all that. It didn't hurt us. So
I love that story.
That's one of the reasons why I tell people that story is because if you keep your mind wired so that you're never looking for the problem, you're always looking for the result that you actually want. Going back to you being the chief results officer again, because you're teaching people to get that result, right?
Yeah, and I love that story because the other thing, like brain science, is starting to understand, study. When the guy back, in the 20s, Napoleon Hill wrote that book, Think and Grow Rich. He talked about how your mind is almost like a radio, like it broadcasts and receives signals. And now science is kind of catching up, and they're realizing you can have a thought, and that thought can like literally leave your mind and be sent out. And that thought could even be received by that potential client. And they don't even know why, but they thought, I think I'm going to go see Michael. Right? It's that thing that,
right.
Sometimes you think about somebody, a friend, an old friend or something like that, and then all of a sudden they call you, right? There's just like you can't see the cell phone waves and the radio waves and all that stuff. There's a lot of waves happening out there.
Yeah.
And I think science is going to prove that happens, right? That as you think, stuff goes out. Babies are good at this, and animals, they have a deeper perception, but I can walk into a room and go, okay, something's wrong here, right? Something like no one even had to say anything to me, but I could feel it, right? So there is that thought energy that I think people are going to realize how powerful that can be, just like you did.
Yeah. So, we can call it gratitude, or we can use whatever term we need to keep our head into that space, but that space is what tunes that radio frequency in, like you said,
Right.
so that we send the right waves and that we hear then we receive the waves that we need. So let's talk about head trash, because that could be a blocker, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, head trash, kind of garbage thoughts that don't serve you in your head. It can be, yeah, I mean, it can stop you, right? Sometimes people call them limiting beliefs, and when you argue for your limitations, you get to keep them. So if somebody says, I'm to this, I'm to that, and we accumulate this head trash. Some of it's just our own little self-doubt and lack of confidence and old things that happened to us that are still running around in there, old programming from when we were 5 years old. So you have all that, and then you have the outside world, right? You have social media, maybe kind of showing you the perfect lifestyle instead of, actual lifestyle. You've got news media, you have your fears and your worries. Yeah, all that stuff, stuff that's stopping you from growing, from moving forward, from being the person you want to be. That's what I call head trash. And so I like to talk about, some tools that you could use to flip it quickly, like to put the head trash in the garbage can and take it out real fast. That's one side of it. And then the other side of it is like long term, like proactively, what can you do, right? And proactively, like I do the mind shower, right? In the morning, 3 to 10 minutes. Right, I use Headspace. There's Calm is another great app for that. Insight Timer is another good one. Abide is a Christian one I like too. But you can use those apps too. Just give yourself a few minutes to take that junk out of there. Remind yourself who you are. Maybe if you're spiritual, connect with your creator, but use that time just like you would a physical shower to take the dirt out. Take the dirt, kind of out of your head. So that's a proactive one. The other one is, a little saying that, as a chemistry person, the solution to pollution is dilution. Right? And so the solution to pollution is dilution. You have it, in science class, they had that beaker that had the dark stuff, and we poured the clear fluid in there, and it got lighter and lighter and lighter, and then it was all gone. We're like, where did it go? And it was still in there, but you couldn't see it, but you got rid of it, right? The solution to pollution is dilution. So another proactive thing you can do for head trash is pour in the positive. Listening to podcasts like this one, right? Getting a mentor. I mentioned Earl Nightingale, Jim Rohn. He's my favorite mentor. His stuff is available online and all over the place. But like you also said, getting a mentor, right? Great books, great audio programs, great people, positive, high frequency, people that are, lift you up when you're around, right? Pour in the positive. And you're gonna have some ratio. Like when I just started out, I might need 5-to-1 ratio. I mean, like if I have 1 hour, like victimhood, pity party, negative thinking, I might need like 5 hours of Jim Rohn or Earl Nightingale or your podcast to kind of get out of that funk.
Right.
Now I'm probably down to 1-to-1. Like, if I have a bad 30 minutes, I can do a quick 30-minute podcast and I'm back up, right? But whatever the ratio is for you, that's fine. But know that you have the tools, everything you need within reach. You're already doing it. You're driving the car, listening to music maybe anyway, right? Put on that audio program, and then you can master it. You can master the pouring in of the positive. Maybe you have it link first thing you wake up in the morning, you listen to 10 minutes of something positive, read 10 minutes of some kind of a good book. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes excellent sense. Finding something that actually starts feeding your ability to grow the good habits and follow the people that have the habits that are living the life that you want, right?
Yeah, 100%. And it's important to win. Now, I have a saying like win early, win often, because there is the battle of the brain chemicals happening every day. And if you lose too much, you're going to quit. You're going to give in. And there's a magic ratio, I call it the golden ratio of winning and losing. Now, you learn more by losing than you do by winning. So you need to have some of those experiences, but you also don't want to lose so much that you lose your drive and your desire to do things, right? And the example I give is tennis. I used to coach my kids in tennis as they grew up. And for them, the magic ratio is like 70%. I needed them to be winning 70% of the time. Now, if they're winning more than that, 95% of the time, they weren't learning anything, right? They go down and they beat somebody 6-0, 6-0. They learn nothing, but if they lost, more than 30%. So if they were only winning, say, 50% of the time, they're like, Dad, I want to quit. This isn't fun anymore, right? So I had to regulate that. If they're doing real well, I'd be like, hey, this week we're going to go to that tournament. You're going to play up a level. Up one year old, the older kids. No, what do you mean? Hey, it's time to learn. Let's go. Or the opposite, we might drive down to Tucson for an easy tournament, where they're probably, going to do real well, right? But whatever that is, I'm a 90%. Like I like to win 90% of the time. But if I win 10 out of 10 times, I'm not learning, right? I'm not growing.
Right.
So you have to figure out that ratio. But back to win early, win often. I want you, listeners, if you're failing, I need you to dial down the resistance till it's so low that you win almost automatically. I call it nano-sizing or nano goals. Someone will start an exercise program. They say, Blaine, I'm going to exercise 30 minutes a day. I go, that's fantastic. I'll talk to you in a week. I talk to them a week later. How'd you do? I got 3 days in. It's terrible. I'm not going to do it. Now they're out, right? And then so I said, no, dial it down. What about 10 minutes a day? Why don't you try that? Go back. I did it 4 days a week, but then I missed a day. One day I did 30 minutes. Anyway, so we dial it down again until if we have to go all the way down to 1 minute, or give me some jumping jacks and push-ups before you get in the shower, have it link it to I must work out before I get in the shower, and get the winning going. Because the winning, done is the engine of more. The winning pushes you, gives you that battle of the brain chemistry. You start winning that and you feel good. Then you can dial up the size. But if you have to, dial it down and make sure you're winning, because that's what's going to kind of give you that motivation and energy to keep going.
Well, it almost sounds like we can wire the system so that we win almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, I think it's good to win, but you have to have some stretch goals, right? If you win all the time, you're probably not learning anything, right?
Yeah.
But you're building your self-confidence, right? I bought a Peloton bike for my wife, and I liked it more than she did, and then I decided to ride it every day. And so once I got past 3 or 4 days in a row, now I want to ride it every day, and I've ridden it every day for like 800 days in a row. Even when I had COVID, I was still riding it. But anyway, it's fun. It's fun. And it's fun to keep those streaks going. But here's the thing: we're all human, right? And so when the streak is broken, now you have something to go for. You're just trying to better your best. Better your best. If you did it 5 days and then you didn't do it, okay, now that's the new record. Can we get to 6, right? And the big thing is you got to beat one person. You have to beat your yesterday self. That's it. If you can better your yesterday self, you won, and you can keep winning.
Yeah. On the exercise scale, I walk something like 26,000 steps in the morning before I even open up my computer.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah. And somebody said to me, is like, well, why would you do such a thing? I said, because in that it's a calm period, right? Because you're walking. It's just you, your breath, your brain, the shower, the head trash out.
Right. You got the mind shower happening with the walking. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like it's just my thing, right? To walk, and I even do it in the cold. It's like and a little bit more limited if there's actually snow on the ground. So,
right.
But the thing of it is it's like if there's a day where something happens where I can't do that, I find myself I stumble a little bit more. But again, what do I learn from the stumbles?
Right.
And that's where things become important. Is people think that, and I hear this, and I know you hear this from people that, oh, I stumbled, I'm no good. No,
Right.
you stumbled. What did you learn? Let's look at it. Let's see what the lesson is, and so that you can move on to the next stumble with a few wins along the way, right?
Right. The growth mindset is great. Everything you can learn from everything, right?
Yeah.
We're either winning or we're learning. I love that. And and the walking is one of the best things you can do. It balances your brain waves. There's so many good things. And at that level of walking, you're getting some great mind showering in there.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool because I usually wind up walking to the beach and around the streets around the beach and everything. So we're right near the Pacific Ocean, so it's just pretty cool.
I love that. There's a lot of great energy by the ocean, so that's your body probably craves that. That's because there's some good energy when you get to the beach.
Yeah. So we've learned from you how to create a 21-second habit. We've learned how to, even if those who said, "Oh, gratitude is woo-woo," we've learned that it's real science, and that all these other mindset guys that are talking out there is like, "Oh, you have this filter," and you pointed to a physical part of our brain that has that filter. This is amazing stuff. So, what when you actually start to work with people, is there a process that you use to get people on board with you?
So I work a lot with mastermind groups of business owners, and then I become their chief results officer. And then I have a framework that I put them in little groups, non-competing peer groups, and they meet each week, and we follow a little bit of a format for that. And in that weekly meeting, people are kind of sharing wins. They're sharing their top item to kind of get done. So there's an accountability part to that as well. And then they're solving problems every week. So they're bringing a problem to solve, or maybe an opportunity that's come up in their business, or a decision they have to make. So it's kind of nice every week they're kind of moving forward. So that's one area that I do. The second area is I do work with business owners, and my favorite day of the month, I actually do it 3 times a month, but my favorite days of the month are when I do something called a Super Results Day. And so Super Results Day is where a collection of business owners get together. We get together on Zoom 4 different times, spaced out every 3 hours. And it's a combination of kind of a get stuff done day. So we start the day off with a mind dump, getting everything that we need to get done for the day out of our head on paper. And then we sort the mind up. That's the key to avoid overwhelm. We can talk about, if you want, how to sort the mind up. But a lot of people make the big list. Now they're even more overwhelmed when they make their big list. It's out of their head, but it's staring at them on the paper. Anyway, we process that list. And then we spend the day, just like crushing our to-do lists. But then there's a theme, through the day. So one day is called Decision Day, Super Results Decision Day, and that's the day that we learn what makes a great decision. But we make a bunch of decisions that day, and we learn about making difficult decisions, maybe using a decision matrix or the old Benjamin Franklin pro-con list. But we also use that day to give people the chance, not to force, to give them the opportunity to make a bunch of decisions that they had been putting off. So I like to do that one every couple months because there are decisions that I'm putting off. Anyway, that's probably the thing that I like the most is kind of leading those days.
Yeah. You know what? I just realized that we are actually running out of time. What are the best ways to get a hold of you and to work with you?
I'd say the easiest is, I talked about this TEDx talk. Just go to BlaineTEDx.com, so BLAINETEDx.com, and there you can opt in. You'll get a copy. You'll get to watch the talk, but you'll get a transcription. But then we'll be connected. So you'll get the articles I have. You'll have my email. And if I can serve you in any way, I'd be happy to do it.
Awesome. So it's been great having you on the show. And I'm going to go at it this way. If you are available in February, I don't do the shows to help people form their habits in January for 2023. I want to do them in February because there's a bit of a formula to this. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come up with this great New Year's resolution. January 1st, I'm gonna set this resolution, and by January 5th, it's gone out the window.
Yep.
By time they get to the second or third week of January, they're so frustrated and down on themselves for giving up the resolution on January 5th that now they're down in the dumps. So by the time they get around to February, they start to hear something, hey, this is how you can actually bring your 2023 on track in February. They actually, like, oh, okay, I can take action. I can still do this.
Right.
So I'd like to invite you to come back in February to talk again about best habits for 2023 to help people like really get their life on track. So would that be up for you?
Yeah, would love to do it.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
I'd love to do it, and appreciate you having me on. And yeah, I kind of gave up on the New Year's resolutions myself, and now I pick one word for the year, like a one-word theme. But definitely, people are ready to do something in February when after they get through that January mayhem.
Yeah. So we'll have you back in February. It's to do a best habit show or something like that to get people on the right track. And I want to thank everybody for listening. And I also want to make a podcast, a positive podcast, a habit. Click on that subscribe button, and then it keeps coming to you. And unless something winds up in your inbox, you're probably not going to go looking for it. So make it just appear for you by clicking on the subscribe button. And again, thank you for listening today. All right. Thanks again, Blaine.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate it. Have a good holiday.
All right. This show has been produced by Depictions Media. Please contact us at depictions.media for more information. Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio. This. Welcome back, everybody. Here's an interesting thought. Is that fad diet helping you or hurting you? We have interviewed different types of experts, and we know that we talked to an expert on exercise and forming habits, that we have to form the right habits over time, and those fad exercises don't do much at all to help us become healthier. Is the same thing true out of the fad diets? Do they truly help us along our weight loss, not just weight loss goals? Do they help us become healthier, or do they eventually put roadblocks to us finding the health that we are looking for? So, we're going to talk to our resident functional nutritionist, Geeta Sethi, about that sort of thing. You can find Geeta at livingwellwithgeeta.com, and she is a great functional nutritionist. She's helped many people achieve true health through her systems. So let's welcome her back to the show to find out about what about the fad diet. Hey, Geeta, how's it going?
Hi, Michael. Very well. Beautiful day. It's cloudy outside, but it's not raining.
Well, but with that being said, it's been so dry that I think we actually need the rain, right? So,
I agree with you. I really, this time of the year I walk in the morning in the forests, and generally the streams on the sides are always flowing at this time, and they're dry, and it breaks my heart to see that it's so dry that we're still talking about forest fires. This is not normal. We need the rain, so I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
That it's cloudy, and hopefully it'll rain.
Yeah. So anyway, I brought you connected with you to ask you. One of my friends on Twitter posted something about she's doing this keto diet thing, and she said something about that she's losing her hair, and the question came that only you could answer for us is, are these fad diets, because let's face it, the keto diet is another one of those fad diets, like any of the other, here, eat all the oranges you want, and or the cabbage soup thing, or whatever these things are that people come up with. Instead of working with a nutritionist to find out what's going on, what are my health issues, and how do I figure them out with diet, or eating habits, should I say, not diet, because we want to move away from just that singular word, and eating habits. How do I fix it? So are these fad diets hurting us, or are they going to make us more, as a society, even more unhealthy because of like all the yo-yo effects?
Yeah, Michael, it's a very interesting question. And the thing is, I don't have a clear answer for you for this. and we have to go backwards in order to understand what has happened upstream for people to have reached this stage of yo-yo dieting and picking up keto diets, and like your friend is experiencing hair loss, and somebody else doing an Atkins diet starts experiencing something else. And there's, in order to balance something, you take up an extreme diet, or you start restricting foods from your body, and it leads to some other balances, and you start wondering, am I doing the right thing? And I'm currently working with some clients who have done it for the last couple of years and have reached a point where they do not know what works for their body and what doesn't, and they're so confused, and they're not at fault. These people are not at fault. The reason is because if you look on the internet, and if you look on Google, and if you look everywhere around, food has become like a religion now, and there are extreme identities. I'm a vegan, I am following keto, I'm this, I'm that, and the whole relationship to our food as a source of nourishment is gone. We have divided food as macronutrients and micronutrients, and it's based on where we are today, what science knows about, which is very limited, about the body. We still don't know everything about the body. It's an evolving science, and based on what the body's requirements are and how we break down foods, and where all we know food is needed for various functions in the body, we have decided, okay, we need proteins for regeneration. We need fats for certain functions. Fats can be used as a source of energy. I'm not saying it's all wrong. I'm saying it's a limited viewpoint. And based on that, with time, we come up with these patterns of this diet is good, this diet is bad. We start dissecting why some people do well on Mediterranean diets, why some people living in the blue zones do well on certain foods. And we start dissecting, and we start taking out extractions from that and start applying it to our lives. It's a very limited, very narrow-minded approach towards food. Food, number one, is a source of nourishment. Mm-hmm. Secondly, so you have to identify that. Secondly, understand why is it that people need to go on these extreme diets of doing keto or Atkins or low carb or whatever diet they're following, or vegan or whatever. There are definitely reasons, and I'm not here to judge anybody's decision. I'm just coming here from a perspective, what I have seen over the last so many years, and my own journey of understanding what food really is and what is really going on. So what has happened is, really in the last 30 to 40 years, where it has become really extreme in the last 10 years, goes back to 30, 40 years ago when the processing industry became really powerful. And with the advent of salt, sugar, and fat, the combination of these three, where they completely messed up with the taste buds of a normal person. We do not know what a real broccoli tastes like. We've lost that, the taste of real foods on our palate. Mm-hmm. And we've got so addicted to salt, sugar, and fat as a combination of processing industry that over time, being exposed to that, we have created imbalances, nutrient deficiencies in the body, cravings of salt and sugar in the body. And we've come far away from that balance, that homeostasis in the body. So as a result, we need to balance it. And that's where these diets have come up. So in order to bring that balance, based on what science has proven today, you're having issues because you've got insulin resistance. And I held a presentation on insulin resistance recently, where I told people that you need to understand how insulin spikes and why you start craving foods. And one of the solutions for balancing insulin resistance in extreme cases is following a keto diet. And I'm not saying yes to it. I'm not saying no to it. It's a very individualized situation. But when you step back and when you look at the bigger picture, we have created the problem, and now we are trying to solve the problem by creating these kind of diets. Okay. And again, this is a short-term solution.
Okay. See, I was going to ask you that. Are these things short-term or they're long-term? And what would be the long-term real solution to the problem?
So ask somebody who's on a keto diet how difficult it is during the festival season to avoid some real nice cookies, which are not made with just fat and sugar, but fat and nuts or something, and something which their mother has baked, which has been a traditional recipe, how difficult it can be to avoid that. So when you go into keto diets, they're extreme and they're not sustainable in the long run. I know, like, I have not arguments, but I have these discussions with a lot of people where they say, okay, there are ways to balance if you're on a carnivore diet or you're on a keto diet, or there are ways to balance it by popping some supplements and trying to make sure that the fiber in the microbiome is balanced and taking some probiotics and things like that. Because that's, with keto diet, the first thing that comes is your exposure to fiber gets very, very limited because the kind of plants and carbs that you can eat, because carbs are our source of fiber. Plants and vegetables and resistant starches come from fiber. With a keto diet, that becomes very, very restricted because your source of fuel becomes fat. So in those instances, is it good in the long run for the body, and is it sustainable? There's always a question mark, and it all depends on your unique bioindividuality. But in my opinion, I don't think you need to go down that route. I don't think you need to look for a short-term solution. There is a place for these things, but if you're really looking to heal your body and come back to a balance, you need to really understand what is your relationship with food. Why are you doing this? What are you trying to achieve? And the way to, as I said, it started with you losing the taste of real food, the taste of getting addicted to sugar and salt and fat. How do you repair that? You repair that with your relationship to whole foods.
Yeah. Well, I see. I got this song stuck in my head from Mary Poppins with Julie Andrews with the spoons full of sugar makes the medicine go down. It's
yes.
Like, when you think about it, though, the medicine, if the medicine tasted that nasty, you wouldn't have it wouldn't go past your nose to find your mouth.
Yeah.
And that was that's nature's basic rules of survival.
Mm-hmm.
It smells nasty, do not put it in your mouth. But, when you say we distorted our taste buds, that's what you're reminding me of, that the basic rules of survival is smells bad, don't put it in your mouth. Tastes bad, don't swallow, spit out. So that was one of the purposes of our taste buds, right?
Exactly. And so interestingly, when you brought that up, that sugar helps the medicine go down, think about it. When nature made carbs, which basically break down into sugars, when the carbs are broken down, you taste the sugar. Uh-huh. But nature made sure that any source of sugar came with the antidote. It came with the fiber. It came with the fat. It came with the anti-nutrient in it, which was the antidote for that sugar. So your body knew that even if you were giving it sugar, it would balance it. What we have done is we've processed it, refined it, taken the sugar out, and we've got our taste buds used to that refined form of sugar. The antidote is gone.
Okay, now you're reminding me of white sugar. That bag of white sugar that we buy, that isn't. Somebody said, "Oh, isn't that sugar cane?" No, it's not sugar cane. It's actually sugar beet, and they've stripped it, reduced it, processed it to it's this white powder stuff, and that white powder stuff. Well, on an addictive level, it's almost as addictive as the other white powder that's supposed to be illegal to sell.
Believe me, the chemical reaction, the dopamine high, the kick which you get with that white sugar, whether it's the powdered stuff or whether you're talking about the beet sugar, is the same. It is creating that same high in the brain, and that's why it is addictive. That's why the minute you get your taste buds and your brain and your microbes, your gut microbes, addictive to that sugar, they will generate neurochemicals. They will create neurotransmitters. They will generate in your gut and send it to your brain for you to crave sugar. Mm-hmm. So the whole chemistry of the body changes for you to crave sugar because you've got your taste buds used to that. And the processing industry today is doing that. Look at the fast food. They have spent millions and millions of dollars to make sure that you get addicted so that they survive and thrive.
Yeah, yeah. Um, can our taste buds be retrained?
Of course,
Yeah.
you can heal everything. You can get your taste buds. It takes a little bit of discipline and practice, and that's the reason why I said that sometimes these diets do have a role to play, as far as you do not make it the only way, and you do dieting. I mean, you can follow keto diets or whatever you're doing. And as I said, it's very individual. Sometimes you need these kind of interventions short term to kind of allow your body to reset itself.
Uh-huh.
They have a place, but in the long run, instead of that, go back to understanding or enjoying the real taste of food, having a relationship with the whole foods, and limiting and minimizing the use of processed foods. You know, I had a conversation with a client the other day, and it was about this only. And she said, you know, it's unfortunate that you're trying to tell me to eat good food, good quality food, and avoid the processed foods, but they are cheaper. And she doesn't have an issue with time because she's a single woman and she's able to cook. But her issue was that it's expensive. And I told her something which she also agreed to. In today's times, the way we are, I can understand buying organic and can be very expensive. But if you really simplify, you can eat on a budget, your body. And if you do the lifestyle also supports that. You get rid of consumerism. You get rid of having 10 different tastes and flavors that the food industry is telling you to try and go in different directions. You simplify foods. You stick to your 5 or 6 vegetables which are in season. You get your beans and lentils. Hopefully your digestion is working, that you can digest them, or whatever you can take. And you simplify it and you stick to only whole foods. And you will be okay. Over time, you make sure you're sleeping fine. You make sure the level of toxins you're exposing yourself to is okay. You make sure you're having movement in your body, your mental and emotional state. You're working on inner growth. You're getting rid of any of the beliefs which are preventing you from evolving and growing. Your mental state, your happiness, your positive state. You cannot isolate the body from the mind and the spirit. So it's a combination. You work on all that. There is no way that the body will not work with you in getting and giving you that health and well-being and supporting you in that direction.
Yeah. I had another question of mine because I follow you on Instagram, I follow you on Facebook, and I see all these really cool videos of you cooking.
Yeah.
Do you, outside of the videos, do you actually help some of your clients like find recipes with whole foods that they can actually make meals, just simple stuff at home?
Yeah, I actually have a lot of recipes, which a lot of times I share with my own clients. The reason why I took this up as a career is because from childhood, I've been very much interested in food. I started cooking at a very young age. At the age of 13, I could make a full meal, and
Wow.
I would want to spend time in the kitchen. I've learned from my mom, from my extended family. So I've always been very fond of food and very hands-on in the kitchen. So I see when a client comes on board, I see what is the level of expertise in terms of cooking. There are some who are already cooking a lot and they just need a little bit of guidance, and some need hand-holding from basics. So based on where they are, I am able to share recipes. And there are times when all I tell them is just saute the vegetables with some salt and pepper and some spices. Just grill a meat and have just some sauteed vegetables on the side. It doesn't need to be that complicated. And it will, once you revive your taste buds to enjoy real foods, you will enjoy just salt, pepper, some lemon juice, and because you get the real taste of those foods.
Yeah. I know in my own kitchen that the only thing I throw on top of everything while it's cooking is I have a mixture of salt and pepper together. So it's pinch, throw. and
Yeah, I mean that's the basic flavoring that if you really want to taste the fruits, the vegetables and the flavor of
yeah,
foods. And then we have a huge array of spices. I mean, I come from a culture where spices have been used because that was local to us. So then you'll go on to the next level of flavor and flavor enhancement. And then spices are basically micronutrients. They have trace elements in them.
yeah,
They enhance the flavor of food and they help in balancing a lot of other micronutrient needs in the body.
yeah.
They are the ones which provide the astringent, the balancing, the bitter, the antidote to sugar. They are the ones which provide that catabolic effect in the body. What is not needed, what is, if you're having too much sugar, how to bring the inflammation down, what are the trace elements. They're basically chemicals present in nature which the body can utilize to balance itself.
Yeah. Speaking of, because you're of course from the South Asian cultures, and I love South Asian food. It's always so full of flavor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it that we're looking for flavor in the wrong places sometimes?
Yes. Again, it goes back to the same thing, Michael. We are looking for flavor in processed foods where they have created synthetic flavors, trying to imitate or trying to match what is highly addictive. Whereas, have you ever seen anybody tell you, I'm craving broccoli? It's very rare. But anybody telling you, I'm craving the flavor of, let's say, parsley or cilantro, people don't say that because they have lost that connection. And
Yeah.
what they say is, oh, I'm craving French fries, or I'm craving a cake, or I'm craving that Tim Hortons, whatever. I don't even know what Tim Hortons is now.
Yeah. You don't hear people say. I do. My best friend's boyfriend. He loves cilantro. He's like, and he's like, oh, it doesn't have enough. I want more cilantro on it. It's like when we made quesadillas, and I think he just took like stems and everything and just packed his quesadilla full of cilantro.
See, that's where the connection is
Yeah,
to real food.
yeah,
You want to hear more people say, I crave the spices, I crave the foods, the flavors of real foods, because that's the connection. Sometimes it's also a limbic connection because you have a memory. A nice hearty soup which your mother used to make. Like I made a butternut squash soup. It's not traditional for us, but when I came to Canada and I was exposed to squashes, the ones that were available here, my favorite is butternut, and I just love the flavor. And somehow over time, I've developed a taste. I've combined it with the spices from my culture, and it has emotional memory which it has been created. So I find it very comforting.
Did you put curry spice on your butternut squash?
So you brought that. If I put curry spice, traditionally we never had a curry powder in our kitchens.
Yeah.
Curry powder has been made for the West or for shortcuts where they just add all the spices, grind them together, and they've called it. And they're traditional spices. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong in using curry spice mix, but curry comes from so many different regions, and it's a different combination with local flavor and local touch which is added to the curry. So you'll never find a curry powder from one store or one company matching exactly the same curry powder. You will look for certain brands which you get used to. In an Indian kitchen, like in my kitchen, my mother never had a ready-made curry powder. She used to, based on what she was cooking, she would put some coriander, she would put some cumin, she would put some cayenne or chili powder, she would maybe use some nutmeg, some cloves, some cinnamon, some whole spices. So it was based on what she was cooking. And that intelligence of how to combine spices with certain foods, it comes from Ayurveda, which has passed down generations.
Yeah.
So we inherently understood that certain spices are warming and they're combined with certain foods which may create gas or bloating. And so certain spices were combined in a certain way with foods.
Yeah. Yeah. Butternut squash is one of my favorites.
Yeah. I just love butternut. I mean, that's one soup I can drink every day in the winter and the fall season.
I'm going to warmly invite you to find pumpkin now. Um,
So
Believe it or
pumpkin
not,
is something which I grew up eating.
yeah, you
And
can spice it so many different ways to make it
yes.
into it. It isn't just pie.
Oh, yes.
It
See,
isn't just
traditionally we used pumpkin in savory dishes, Michael, in India.
yeah.
We used to, like, I had never known of pumpkin as a dessert. It was only here that I was introduced to pumpkin pie and used pumpkin as a dessert, which is wonderful
Yeah,
way of getting your vegetables in.
yeah. I see now you got me talking about cooking because I love cooking. Um, and I love feeding people, and I love feeding them flavors, and um, yeah, pumpkin puree, chicken stock, um, and of course you have to have your basic carrot, celery, onions, blah blah blah, with some garlic um, and cumin as a chili spice from like the Aztec chili spice,
Mhm.
and you blend it all together into a soup, and very wonderful.
Yeah, that sounds delicious.
And you can also do the same thing with the butternut squash, and you get a slightly different flavor.
Exactly.
But that's why I said I warmly invite you to the world of pumpkin, because it's like whatever you can do to one squash, you can usually do to the next one, and it comes out wonderful. So I
Yeah.
love cooking with squashes. So
Yeah. Yeah, and they're in season, and I'm enjoying this conversation of how we are talking about completely using whole foods and reconnecting to that flavor, that taste of
so
different squashes and different foods,
yeah,
which will basically, uh, when we're sharing this, we're talking about nourishing at a deeper level.
yeah.
So when you start treating food like that, how do you think your body is not going to understand what you're trying to do and not work towards healing whatever
Yeah.
imbalances it has created?
Well, that was part of the point. Was I was taught food is supposed to be like a medicine,
Mm.
and it is supposed to be used to when we eat. We're supposed to have exercise first, and you're replenishing what you burnt away as exercise, and healing your body from whatever, because you always do some kind of micro damage to your body when you exercise, and the foods that you
Mm.
eat are there to heal and replenish.
Exactly. It is basically your source of fuel for you to keep working, a body is made to work for movement. That's how it is supposed to function. We've evolved now with industrialization and with modernization and everything. Earlier, we used to go hunting, we used to cut our wood and do everything which required movement. And that time there was no processed foods, and we were eating a lot more natural foods or hunt and everything like the paleo man. And then slowly we evolved. And now, when we talk about movement, because our lifestyles have become so sedentary, because we're basically doing desk jobs and driving,
Hmm.
as a result of which movement comes from exercise. And so you need a balance. Your body still needs to function. And the calorie intake has not come down. We're still eating that much, and we're creating an excess. And the foods that we're consuming, we've come so far away from, as I said again, the real foods.
Yeah, yeah,
So it's multifactorial. It's not linear. It's multidimensional. What we have done, where we are today. So it requires work on all fronts.
yeah. And when you say all fronts, of course, you mean our mind, our spirit, as well as our physical being.
Exactly. All
Yeah,
three levels, because they're interdependent and interconnected.
yeah. We're a whole person, not well. It, there's some theories out there that we're just a series of symptoms, and maybe that's how the commercialization works too.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, because they, like, when you look at symptoms And when you look at the approach of the medical industry today, they're just trying to treat your symptoms. When you go to the hospital and if you have some kind of an imbalance, you go to a GP. If you need to go to a specialist, the GP is going to send you, let's say you've got some hormonal issues going on, and the GP is going to send you to an endocrinologist, and the endocrinologist sends you for some scans, and it comes out, oh, you've got some things, maybe some reaction going on in your brain, and he's going to send you to a neurologist, and after that, the chapter is closed. He sent you there. The GP didn't even find out what was your level of food, what is your level of exercise, what is your stress level, nothing. They're just looking at the symptom, and based on that, they're sending you from one place to another to diagnose what is going on in the body. But nobody has checked what is really happening with you. Why is it that you have manifested this illness?
Manifested that illness.
Mm.
So it's not just one single thing that created. When you say manifest, I think bigger.
I know, I use that word, and I be careful when we are having this conversation because we can go in different directions.
Yeah. No, I want to keep this simple, and for everybody listening, if you want to find out more, go to livingwellwithgeeta.com, and you can find and work with Geeta, and you'll find out more about what it is that she's talking about, and you can get deeper into it that fits your life, not because diet is in eating habits aren't a one size fits all situation, are they?
Yeah, they're not. You got it right, Michael. It's not just one size fits all. It's very individualistic, and that's why when I practice as a functional nutritionist, it's all about me connecting with the person to understand where is the imbalance, what is it that's going out of sync in nature, and what is your unique bio-individuality? What is it that your body is trying to tell me? What is it that this person, who is that person, and what are they trying to tell me? What is going on? So that connection is so important for me to hold their hand and lead them into their journey of healing. I'm not the one who's going to heal. They're the ones who are going to heal themselves. But I do hold their hand till a certain point where they can understand what's going on, and then they can run with it.
Yeah. All right. So that's it in a nutshell. That we, instead of reaching for the fad diet, we should be looking for someone like you, a functional nutritionist, that can help us figure out what's going on in our life and our body so that we can eat the right foods to fix it.
Yes, you're right, Michael. It's not about just picking up one diet. It's about working with a professional who understands what is really going on. And as I said, there is a place for short-term approaches where we can try and bring the body back in balance. But eventually, as a bigger picture, what we want is for you to get in touch with the body because it understands what real foods are. It understands how to use food as medicine. And for us to be able to connect to that inner wisdom which exists within each and every person, using real foods, using the lifestyle which can support, and taking it from there. So obviously, if you're confused, you do not know what's really going on, you need to work with a professional who's got the training and who's taken the interest of understanding and learning, and let them hold your hand till you can take over your own healing journey.
All right. Please, everyone, connect with Geeta at livingwellwithgeeta.com.
Thank you, Michael. This was wonderful.
All right. Thanks
you.
for coming on. This show has been produced by Depictions Media. Please contact us at depictions.media for more information. Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio. Welcome back, everybody. I'm here today with Yogi Aaron, and he is an expert, obviously, in yoga, but also in meditation and mental awareness and health, and also overall body health. Also, he has all three down, with the mental, the spiritual, and the physical going on. And we're going to talk to him a little bit today how he got started down that path. So settle in and grab that warm beverage and listen to Yogi Aaron's wisdom.
Thank you.
So,
I don't know wisdom I've got, but I'm happy to share knowledge. So
well,
I was giving a talk to my students the other day, and I said, I think that real wisdom, the older I get, the more I realize that real wisdom is the surrendering to the fact that you don't know anything in life, and you probably never will.
Well, when we think about life, it is the way I look at it is it is my lesson.
Yeah.
And if I can guide you so you understand that this is your lesson, I've done some good, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So
I think it was more in like relationship to like one of the fundamental teachings in yoga is this idea of that freedom can only be attained once we have direct knowledge. And that we only have direct knowledge or real knowledge through direct experience. So the so the teaching is like around this idea of avidya, which means ignorance, and that we don't know what we don't know because we don't know that we didn't know.
oh yeah.
And so one of the kind of ways that I equate it is to the kids that are like 14, 15, 16, 17 years old who think that they know everything, and then usually get into fights with their parents like, you don't understand me, you don't know anything. And when I was 14, I was just as petulant as every other 14-year-old on the planet. And my father put this sign up on the refrigerator in the kitchen that he had pulled like from a magazine or a newspaper that said, teenagers, move out now while you still know everything. And I always joke with my students because I always, like, when I got to be around 25, 26, I look back and I thought to myself, like, my God, what an idiot that guy was. Like, but now I know something and people should listen to me, at 26. And then I got to be like 35 and I realized, like, oh, now I know something. And who was that idiot at 26, And then now that I'm 50 years old and I actually I'm realizing I don't know anything, just shut up and listen.
That's one of the reasons why somewhere between 40 and 50, I started this whole podcast system so that you listen to the wisdom and maybe grow a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to the elders of or the life or the experience of life, speaking through different voices. It's very powerful.
Yeah. So, um,
So you asked me how I got into yoga. I was 18 years old and I I had grandparents who were very young. I mean, when I was about 18 years old, I think my grandparents were around um 65-ish, and they just acted so old. And I remember working out at this gym and looking at older people, and I saw like older people who were older kind of not really moving around so much, and then I saw older people who acted younger. They had a lot of mobility. So I kind of thought, well, I need to stretch, and what better place to stretch than yoga? So I started doing yoga, and as soon as I started doing yoga, I actually started having problems in my body. And I would tell my yoga teacher, and then they would say, you need to stretch more. I'd be like, okay, you're the teacher, you know what I need. And so I would just stretch more. And you look around, even this is like going back into the early 90s, in Vancouver, when yoga was just starting to creep on the scene, and you see like these people doing yoga, teaching yoga, and pictures of beautiful people doing yoga. And so, what kind of image is that kind of sending us? Well, two things. One, if I want to look beautiful, I need to do yoga. If I want to look young, I need to do yoga. And if I want to stay healthy, I need to do yoga. So that yoga equated stretching. So then I just started stretching more and more and more. And as a result, kept hurting myself. And kind of like to just jump forward a lot. In the meantime, I had cultivated yoga teacher trainings and opened up a yoga retreat center. But about 5 years ago, I ended up in a surgeon's office, and he was saying, you might need a spinal fusion in your lower back. And that was like a huge wake up call for me, that I was like, how could I be doing all of this good stuff, like stretching and
hmm
supporting myself in these postures, and then be told, oh no, you need a spinal fusion in your lower back. So that was a moment that I really started to ask myself some big questions. One of them was, what am I really doing? What is my purpose? What is it that I'm feeling called to do? What am I really teaching people? If I could distill it down to one thing or two things or three things, what is it that I really want to leave people? And then the other question I asked was like, how can I actually start to help people live pain free? Because I never want anybody to go and land up in the surgeon's office, and being told that they need a spinal fusion.
Yeah.
And so that has kind of led me to this kind of movement that I've been starting in the work that I'm focused on right now.
Right. Well, the landing in the surgeon's office, that for most, I think that would be a wake up call. But then we have others that I'm not so sure. But
Yes, yes.
but um, and then a spinal fusion, and all this time you had been doing all these stretches and movement to your body. That who knew, right?
Exactly. Well,
There's a lot of different modalities to
mhm,
Ayurveda and yoga and everything that and one of the reasons why I introduce you as mind, body, and spirit,
yes.
because there's more to it than just that.
Absolutely. And that's I mean that when I was around my early 30s was when I actually met my real teacher, my first teacher, and his name is Rod Stryker, and then I met my other teacher, Alan, and both of them, um, Rod was Alan's student as well, and both of those teachers, as well as a couple of other people, started to, I guess, peel back the layers of what the yoga tradition was about. In my 20s, when I was practicing a lot, it was really more of a physical practice. I was more about the workout than what it was supposed to be about, which was the healing, the removal of suffering, and the manifestation of life's purpose. And while I received a lot of benefits from yoga, it wasn't until I met my teacher that this kind of world or this universe of limitless possibilities started to open up for me. And I was able to harness like these different um, ancient tantric yoga teachings and starting to put them into my life. And that's kind of been my real passion. So when I said like, I stopped for a moment and asked myself, what am I really doing here? It kind of like the two answers was, this is really a practice to empower people to manifest their purpose. So many people that I talk to have no idea, what their purpose is. They're just kind of like bobbling through life. And I feel like, there's a line in the secret of the Yoga Sutra is that like to not manifest life's purpose is the soul's greatest loss. And I feel like if I can just kind of help people to arrive at that space where they get a glimpse of their purpose or feel it in their body, like what a gift that is.
Yeah, yeah. So, what did it feel like for you when you discovered, hey, this is purpose, and this is what the path I'm supposed to be on?
Um, I mean, I've, I feel like all my life I've lived purpose, especially since my 30s. My 20s, I was kind of like bobbling around trying to figure out who I was.
I think the most of us did in our 20s. Teenage years, like you said, is like I need no stinking purpose. I know it all anyway. And by our 20s, we were just kind of bopping around trying to figure stuff out, right?
Yeah, and sometimes I still feel like in my 30s I was sort of doing that too. But I mean, I feel like I've been one of the lucky few that have kind of landed in that place. But a few years ago, I started to kind of hit this crisis moment, this internal crisis moment where I was like, what am I doing? And is this really what I want to be doing? Um, and when I lived in New York, I trailblazed this kind of like yoga class for men, and then I came to Costa Rica and opened up Blue Osa, and so it was like, you know, what am I really being called to do in this moment? And so that kind of like awakening to purpose, or at least the next step in manifesting my purpose happened in that doctor's office when he said to me like, you're going to need a spinal fusion. And that was like a wake up moment for me to, like it's nice to tell people or help people create the space to manifest their purpose, but so many of us are living in debilitated bodies, and bodies that just don't function or having like a lot of pain or dealing with illness or something. And so it was like that's where I really want to start making my next impact, because I want to help as many people feel like vitality in their body for as long as possible. And that's what I focus now on in my teacher training immersions, and the work that I do is helping people to restore physiological wellness in mobility and life force energy.
Right. Now, there's an important word, life force energy. What
Yes.
does that really mean?
Means like a lot of things, but I mean, if we want to look at it from a yogic perspective, we talk about life force energy. We're really talking about prana, and prana is the force or that force that animates all of life. And some people kind of have a hard time wrapping their minds around that. And one of the illustrations you can kind of think about is, well, a couple of ways to think about it, like, a child that has a doll, their favorite doll, and they hold that doll, and it's like to that child, that doll has come to life. What they're doing is they're animating that by putting their own prana into that. And so in different religions we see like, that the divine animated um man or animated man, through their breath, through their own life force energy. And there's a prana that animates all of life and brings manifestation, where we put our attention. So from a yogic perspective, one of the things that we want to do is draw as much prana, draw as much energy, life force energy to us. One of the definitions my teacher gives of a yogi is one whose spine is full of light. And so that denotes a few ideas, but one of them is like we want to bring as much of our energy to our heart as possible. And then when we send it out, it's very focused and it's directed, and very concentrated. But going back to what I was saying is like if you're living a life of pain, then a lot of my prana, a lot of my life force energy is going to how can I get out of pain? How can I start to feel better? And instead of going to, working on life's purpose. And so that's why I believe very strongly, like, we've got to take care of the physical, and we've also simultaneously got to take care of the spiritual. And that's why I love the yoga methodology.
Yeah. Well, I like what you're saying, but do you teach people like, okay, well, pain's up here today, and I need to bring my spirit energy up so that it balances it off, and my
Yeah.
mental energy up so you're always staying kind of in balance?
I mean, I think it just depends on different people. You had mentioned Ayurveda before, and so Ayurveda is ultimately is the practice. It's a few practices, but it's more like it's one of the sister sciences of yoga, the Hatha yoga tradition, where Ayurveda is addressing like the body and the physical, and of course there's also energetic. That goes without saying, but it's really like if a person's well-being isn't taken care of, then we can't really address the spiritual part of ourselves. Like when I'm leading yoga teacher training, I get sometimes students coming here and they're in pain, like literally physically in pain, and sometimes they might have a headache or they might be suffering from something. So there's an opportunity to begin taking care of the physical, but then also what I always try and encourage is let's also take care of the mental at the same time, because they both have to be working in balance.
Right. Okay. So, physical, then along with that some sort of meditative
Absolutely.
practice.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
One of the things that we do in my immersions is we have daily meditation practice. So one of my teachers had this beautiful quote that asana, or postures, the physical part of yoga, heals the past. Um, Pranayama brings us to our present, but it's only in meditation that we begin to change the future.
Well, I have this insane belief that um, by keeping my yes, I know my past is there, and by living as present as possible, I can manifest what my future will look
Yes.
like.
Yeah, and I'm also a huge believer in affirmations and starting to wield the power of your mind, start to learn how to unleash the power of your mind. Um, by doing meditative practices to see what content is there. If you have a lot of stinky thinking, you're going to have a stinky life. And so we need to go on a purge, a mental purge. But we also need to be thinking about what am I actually replacing it with? What am I putting back into my mind, and how am I harnessing the power of my mind? So many people look at people like Gandhi and go, well, Gandhi was really special, and I could never be Gandhi. But they also forget that Gandhi was like 5 foot tall. He weighed like barely 90 pounds. And if he didn't weigh, 70, he, continuously fasted all the time. and yet he had, a whole country of people quivering because of of the power that he had, that power of leading a country to freedom. And I'm constantly reminded any of us can be, have that potential within us, that nobody is devoid of that potential. And so I think that's one of the things of having a spiritual practice like yoga is about, is how do we start to unlock that potential?
Yeah. Well, see, now you're bringing me to my one computer screen that's actually flashing at me right now because my editing computer has fallen asleep.
Uh-huh.
Because my recording computers and my broadcast computer are running. So it's probably a good thing, right? But it's flashing at me. Yes, I can.
Yes.
And it stops at yes, I can, because it's up to me to put can what,
Yes.
right? So it's up to me to put the rest of that in there.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. If I'm going to try a statement here, and if we believe that life is beautiful and wonderful, does it become beautiful and wonderful?
I feel like this is a little bit of a trick question, but
Probably not really, but
well, it is and it isn't. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. One of the things in one of the very first prayers in yoga is, lead me from the unreal to the real. Om Asatoma Satgamaya. It's such a powerful statement because it starts off by assuming the prayer starts off by assuming that what I see in the world is not real. And so why is that? Well, because I'm looking through the prism of my mind. And I just made a comment earlier that we need to go on a search and destroy mission to dig out all of the stinky thinking. And so if I'm looking at this through this window of the mind of that is clouded by negativity, then the way that I see the world is negativity. So I think that the answer to your question is yes and no. It just depends. Like, one of the things my teacher always says is a confused mind is not fit for the practice of yoga. And that kind of comment really has always stuck with me because I've met people that no matter how much they say affirmations, they just inherently they don't want to change and they don't want to remove the stinky thoughts. And so it just depends. Like, yes, you're correct. Yes, I agree with this statement, and no, I don't. It really just depends on the individual. If they, because so many people are like, they want to hold on to their clouded negative view of life. And there's a lot of people that unless we really get to work on that within ourselves, that we just can infuse our brain with tons of positive affirmations, but until we do a search and destroy mission on those parts of ourselves that are not serving us and that are clouding us, then it's just going to be, I won't say futile, because I think that people always lead to a better path, but it's not going to be the path of acceleration, which is what we want. We want to get, there now.
right. Oh, I see where you're actually going with that, because so many times this person will always be my friend. I'm
Yes.
not going to toss her away but she's always finding a problem.
Yes.
And what she did, because she's always deep inside, somewhere in the root of her, she's always looking for the problem. And I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe it's not such a problem. Maybe it's just something we can learn and live through, and then on the other side,
Yes. Yeah, and
So,
and there's people that are like that. I had someone in my teacher training last 2 weeks ago who was just commenting on that they have this person in their life, and the person comes to them every month with the exact same problems. And that's the definition of like a confused mind. Like that person is so has identified so deeply with their problems that they're not willing to become unattached to their problems. They're so attached to them. And until we're willing to make that step, then it's harder to see life differently.
yeah. Well, for that reason, I have I have this lady. She lives on the other side of town,
Yeah.
and it takes me a good hour to get to her. But she's my bump in the road coach.
Uh-huh.
You know, she's that one that guides me up over whatever it was happening, and she guides me through it.
Nice.
Because we all need a guide, right? Don't we?
Yes, absolutely.
And that's part of your process, right?
Absolutely. I'm a firm believer that we need to have teachers. I've been blessed not just one or two or three teachers, but several teachers from a very early age, both spiritual and scholastic, and some with just life. I had a teacher in school who be pushed me incessantly to become the best version of myself on so many levels. And without those people, I would have never had that experience, um that fire that kind of helped me to get rid of like the unwanted parts of my or unneeded parts of myself, and help me to find the best, reveal the best version of myself.
Right.
So very grateful to all of my teachers.
Yes. Yeah. The teachers are wonderful for that, especially the ones that get passionate about it
Yes,
doesn't matter what they're teaching you, it's the fact that they're passionate about it, and it helps us so much more, right?
absolutely. Absolutely.
So and the, from some of the things that I read on your website and about you, that they people say that you're passionate about helping them get through to where they're supposed to be in life. So yeah.
It's my greatest pleasure is to guide people on this sort of yogic journey to um, revealing what that purpose is within them. It was really interesting. I had this one girl in my teacher training who was here 3 years ago, and she's helping me right now as an assistant. So I'm always relying on past students to come and be my assistant. And she was showing me her notebook during one of the lectures I gave, and she wrote down, I want to go to holistic school. I want to become a holistic coach and learn how to help people with their nutrition and that sort of thing. And she just kind of wrote it down like I feel like this like purpose is calling or knocking at the door of my heart. And so she just wrote it down, and then we moved on. And so she hadn't looked at that section of her notebook in 3 years until she got here. And then she opened it and she goes, "Look what I wrote down during that talk you gave to me." and, and I'm
Wow.
continuously amazed, like people when they come and they immerse themselves and they get quiet in the mind, and they go on that search and destroy mission I was talking about to
Yeah.
remove the stinky thinking and start replacing it. I warn people actually, because the power of our manifestation just goes through the roof. People start to have an idea and then it just manifests. And that brings me so much joy to see people step into um, that realm of infinite possibilities. It's a different world than a lot of people are used to.
Yeah, yeah. I get that. have nearly eliminated impossible for my language, but
It's
there's still
always a
that
work in
analytical
progress.
brain that says you're not going to get rid of me completely yet. But
No.
but um, you have a whole retreat, right?
Yes, I one of the things that my journey led me to was opening up a yoga retreat center in Costa Rica. And it's here, the yoga retreat center is called Blue Osa. And I we're located in one of the most beautiful places in the world, where we have called the Corcovado National Park. And yeah, we've been open now. We're going into our 13th year next year. It's like I can't believe it. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, of course, in Spanish, Costa Rica means was it rich coast or
Beautiful coast, rich
oh,
coast.
yeah,
Yeah, rich
yeah,
coast.
something like that. And everybody I've ever known that has moved there has said how beautiful it truly is. And
Yes.
um, I'm going to refer back to a past episode whenever I talk about Costa Rica, where this lady told the story. It was the indigenous people. They tell the story about the eagles and the condor flying together.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so
Wow.
which is
I mean, there's
significant
just
to
so
the
much, there's so much life here. I mean, we have sometimes I look up and there's these beautiful scarlet macaws, flocks of them. One of my students yesterday was setting up her camera, and she was doing a video of her, and she was on this swing. It's like a swing that's hanging down from these trees. And as she was swinging back and forth, and as her video camera was recording her, this flock of probably like 6 to 8 scarlet macaws went by, but one of them had actually gone in between her and the swing, and she managed to capture that. And
wow.
it's just testament to how much life there is around here. And that's why a lot of people come to Costa Rica, is to experience that depth of biodiversity and life.
Yeah. What are some of the other key things that makes your particular retreat special?
Um, well, I say this with a little bit of ego,
Hey, we're allowed that every now and again, right?
but I think that we're one of the best yoga retreat centers, because um, we are a real yoga retreat center. I mean, on our website, sometimes you'll see the word resort. So technically, we're a resort. We're not a center. So, but we are like a real yoga retreat, and by that we follow some very basic principles, no matter who comes to us. So we have, like, people that come on spa packages that stay with us. But we have all of these rituals that we really embody and cherish. Some of those rituals are saying grace before our meals, and gathering as a community to do that. We practice silence in the morning, and we have silence until 7:30. So, sometimes we get these guests that show up and go, silence? I didn't know that. It's all over, our material. But but after a day or two, sometimes, of struggling, they come up and I always they always say, I cannot imagine my experience here without practicing silence. And I think it's just such a great gift to be able to give people that opportunity just to kind of like be quiet and not feel like they have to say anything and fill space. So those are just a couple of like little things, but also, of course, where we're located, and we're also like right on the beach. So we have all of these like different elements of like the fire of the sun, the water of the ocean, the green of the jungle, the animals. It all vibrates here in a very potent way.
Oh, it sounds beautiful. How does it how does it the setting actually add into your practice and your process of helping people?
We're located partly because of where we're located. It's a very remote place, and it's it's the kind of what we're asking people to do essentially, or at least what I ask people to do essentially, is to become still.
Mm-hmm.
And this place, this land, the very first time I came here, just before I bought the property, I was checking it out. And one of the things I just felt when I got here was just still the contrast between the stillness of life and the vibrancy of life, because all of that was at play at that moment. And there was a certain amount of healing energy on this property when I could feel when I came here. And everybody that comes here tends to say at some point, like, this place is just so healing. And while I feel like, we've, taken elements of the yoga tradition and brought it into this place, I also feel like 50% of it is sort of this land and this property and this space. And it really just lends so much. And in some of the yoga practices I teach, say, open your, take in the life force energy around you. And this place it just radiates that energy, and people just feel full from it.
Yeah. Yeah, fullness is or fulfillment and fullness there,
Fulfillment and fullness.
Well,
Well said.
you know how you get that feeling where you know that you found peace and you found purpose and all that, right?
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
so um is that one of the ultimate goals that you have for your visitors and for those that you teach, to find that?
Yes. I think that so much of what we're lacking in our spiritual discourse conversation today is that we do need to return to stillness. The whole nature of life is in constant movement.
Mhm.
Um, and that movement is not slowing down, and we could have a huge discourse about why and what the causes are, but people are just kind of like spiraling. And one of the biggest things that people say to me when they come here, both guests, my students, people coming on retreat, is that they feel so disconnected with themselves. They feel disconnected in their body. They feel disconnected from their sense of purpose,
Mhm.
uh, from who they are, and they're lost. And I think that one of the reasons why so many of us are lost is that we just don't stop. We're constantly moving in movement. When we're not moving, we're sitting and watching TV or on our phones, or we're just trying to fill space all the time.
Yeah.
And 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 this place at Blue Osa, and really what I teach people and how I lead classes and how I teach yoga is about coming back to that stillness. And where is that stillness? That stillness is ultimately within us. Um, but in some of us, we've forgotten how to access it. And there's a beautiful, beautiful teaching in the Yoga Sutras. There's a few sutras on this topic, but one of them is 1.3. It's like when we feel, when we can identify with with our true nature, when we can identify with that stillness, that still place within us, we are completely at rest, and we do not, all suffering ends. And it just really, that really touches my heart in a big way, that particular teaching and the way that it's phrased, because it opens up the door to so many possibilities of what I've experienced and what I've seen other people experience when they walk that path.
Yeah. that would be the one amazing path to walk through, and we need. We, I I'm going to say this outright that I'm sure that we need to have a guide, somebody who's been down that path, so that we can find that path ourselves, right?
I sure hope so.
So, um, what the ultimate thing for our society? What do you think? What do you think that's going to lead to? Where are we going to go as a society when you consider everything that we're
When you say society, you mean like the world at a whole?
our,
Like, where
yeah,
do I
our
think of the
world as a
world is
whole?
going?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, Lord. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different conversations about that in the yoga world. There's some speculations about it in the Christian community, and I, I don't really speculate too much about that. I feel like so many of us are waiting for the world to change that we don't actually do the work ourselves. Um, like I don't need to go and have a spiritual practice because I'm already a good person, but you need to go to work on yourself. And this is kind of like the attitude of so many people, like my own stuff doesn't stink um as much as yours, but all of our stuff stinks. And one of my favorite quotes from Gandhi, who said, the greatest battle that I've ever faced is within myself. And that's after fighting, for the freedom of South Africa. That was after fighting for the freedom of India. And and Nelson Mandela said something very similar to that as well. Like the biggest battles he fought was within himself. And I can speak from personal experience that, those are the hardest battles that I've had to face. The inner conflicts or the conflicts that I've had to face is my own. And so I always say, like, if you're going to change the world, start getting to work on ourselves. I don't know where humanity's going. I feel like we're repeating, a lot of people always say, like, oh, it's never been this bad. But actually, if we go through history, it actually has been pretty bad several times. And so I don't really want to focus so much on where we're going, but where I hope that I'm going is, continuing this path of hopefully connecting with enlightened people, connecting with people who want to be enlightened or want to be the best versions of themselves, because the more of us are around, the more pleasure there is in life. And if not, I just keep doing my practice and hang out with my beautiful animals.
Yeah. So, I agree with you. If we be the brightest light we can possibly be, then others might come along.
Well, there's one of the stories I always tell in my teacher trainings. There's this study, well, not study, but in Washington D.C. in 1993, it was experiencing up until that point one of the highest crime waves ever. And a
Oh,
lot of people from the Transcendental Meditation community, the TM community, which is a meditation style, and they gathered in Washington D.C. over that summer and started meditating, around the clock and took shifts, but there was a large group of people continuously meditating. And at the end of the summer, the statistics of the crime had actually measurably gone down during the summer, which is usually when it goes up. And so it was already experiencing one of the worst crime waves. And then it just went down. And it's empirical evidence that our meditation practice can make a huge difference, and our own endeavors to be at peace within ourselves has a profound ripple effect in the world. And what my prayer is that I pray that more people are making an ardent effort to do their practice and to become a best version of themselves. When I say ardent effort, like they're really truly on that journey, not just going to Lululemon to buy the clothes to make them look like yogis. They've actually got to go and be yogis. And
Right.
that's what I mean by ardent effort, is that we're actually in that effort. Like, I want to understand myself and be at peace within myself, because that is going to be the agent of change.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? We only got like another minute or so left here. Oh my God.
goodness.
Right? It's amazing how fast this goes. What are the best ways to find your retreat and to work with you? Join you in Costa Rica, maybe.
No, go to my website, yogiaaron.com, YOGIAARON.com. And I mean, that's where you can get everything you want to know about me. I've got some free pain-free series that you can get. We've got a book, podcast, and then of course, how to work with me in many different capacities.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, and it's been a lot of fun.
Michael, thank you. It's been nice getting to know you and seeing the wonderful work you're doing too.
Yeah. All right. Thank you everybody for listening today, and go check out yogiaaron.com and hey, if you have the opportunity, book a trip to Blue Osa, right? It's Blue Osa?
BlueOsa.com. Blue Osa is our place. Yeah.
Yeah. And enjoy the Macal and all the other wonderful natural sites that Yogi Aaron has talked about. All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll talk to you next time. This show has been produced by Depictions Media. Please contact us at depictions.media for more information. Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio. We're back with Tammy Cho from Paths of the Heart, and she's going to give us more advice and answer more questions around being true to ourselves, learning to be who we're supposed to be, and accepting and loving that person, that being that we are. As part of Tammy's story, she told us about how she had to accept who she was, and it took her being numb to her daughter doing something significant and almost missing a milestone because she was numb. And that's part of the point. We have to unnumb ourselves, and we have to wake up to who we are and the love that is around us. And that is one of the major reasons that Tammy Cho created Path to the Heart. So let's welcome Tammy back to the show as we ask her more questions around how we can balance ourselves and be more passionate and authentic to ourselves. 3, 2. Okay, welcome back, Tammy. And today we're going to talk about emotional leadership and embodiment. Is that right?
Yes, I'd love to dive into the subject. They're closely related, and it's just something that I feel is not necessarily spoken about enough.
Yeah. So I guess first let's start with some definition. What does that actually mean to us, and then we'll talk about how it can help us.
Yes, for sure. Like emotional leadership, like I work with a lot of high achievers, and many times emotions is a thing that's looked upon that needs to be sort of dealt with, addressed, maybe sort of swept under the carpet sometimes. It's often looked as a tool to accomplish something, to get the drive and the passion. And how I like to describe emotions, I mean, emotions essentially is energy in motion. And when we learn about this part of ourselves and learn to navigate it from a place of really allowing ourselves to, first of all, feel it, to honor it when it comes up, and to be able to process and then flow with life. And a lot of people may define this emotional like resilience and things like that. For me, I like to define it as emotional leadership, because when we are not harnessing the power of our heart and emotions, we are not necessarily really allowing ourselves to fully live. I said a lot there, Michael, and I just want to check in with you. Does that all land and make sense? And
well, you said something that really it rings a bell or it stings a nerve. However it gets your attention. Fully live. I said somewhere in the introduction to today's show about how people are numb, and if you're numb, you can't fully live, right? And so that fully live part, are we talking about an awakening sort of thing with that fully love?
Well, when we are moving through life and we're feeling numb, and sometimes, numb looks very different for different people. I just want to speak to that. Sometimes that looks like sweeping things under the cover, repressing things. Sometimes it's like things are not going as planned, and we're just managing versus thriving, or maybe we're not surviving, but we're managing it, And so that type of languaging often is brushing something under the cover, or obviously some other common ones is avoiding, distracting ourselves. Even with overwhelm, that's a common one I see with my clients. It's a way to disguise what's actually happening underneath. And as we can, really, see or feel perhaps, is that when we are not living life connected to that, we could go through life living through the mind and accomplishing tasks through the mind. And essentially we're not truly living in the sense of actually feeling our lives. And although in the moment it feels like we're getting more done and being more productive, essentially there's a place where there's a pent-up energy, which turns to blocked energy, which then manifests into challenges with the body. And so it's a really important topic here, because it's in our society, it's actually common to live like this. Oh, how was your day? Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I'm just, going with the flow with things, or like I'm just, just handling things as they come. And it sounds like a casual thing. And when we deeply look into this, and when I, support my clients in looking deeply into this, it's often a place that they're brushing over. And that often is because the emotions are not feeling good there.
Right. I like how you defined the emotion. That was good. That E part, being energy in motion. That was good. Because if we don't allow our emotion, we don't have to. I guess what I'm asking is, we don't have to suppress our emotions. We can actually just feel them and let them move through us, right?
Yeah, and it is essentially, and I think that what it is that because some of the emotions can feel really uncomfortable and painful, is that we tend to not want to feel them. And yet when we allow ourselves to actually feel them and stay with the process, it actually will flow through. And depending obviously on the depth of emotions and what the situation that stimulated, that triggered you perhaps to feel those things, it depends on what that is and the depth of that. But essentially the fastest path to healing, essentially letting it flow, just being with it. And for transient things, it's only like maybe a minute or less depending. And I think, yeah. And I just want to speak to, for some people, it's actually what people notice is they feel the top layers, and the deeper layers then are get sort of tougher and tougher. So when I speak about emotional leadership, right, it's really learning is there a degree of able to being comfortable with the uncomfortable? Because you know what it is Michael, is that when we don't allow ourselves to feel the hard emotions, it actually blocks us in feeling the positive, like love and joy and the peace that, we so often reach for in life.
Right.
And so it keeps us in this restricted ability to fully be happy. And perhaps that's one of the biggest things here, right?
Yeah.
We're all looking for happiness, success, fulfillment.
Well, that kind of reinforces something that I have learned about happy. Happy isn't outside of us; it's inside of us. So the more we can allow those other things to those emotions to flow through us, the more we can appreciate when we find the happy, right?
Yes, and thank you so much for bringing that up. Is that yes, happiness is from within, and we hear that all the time. And what is in the way often is the emotions that we don't want to feel.
Mm-hmm.
Because definitely on my journey of healing through trauma and multiple high emotional events, it really was that when I allowed myself to come back to my body to actually be with and feel the emotions, not make them wrong, not tell myself it doesn't make sense, all these feelings that come up, but to really just hold space for myself to feel and let go. And when it moves, it's like all this happiness just floods in.
Yeah.
And it's the deeper we go, the deeper the happiness expands. It's truly amazing. And for many people, I just want to speak about this, right? It's that emotion obviously is the driver for our deepest desire. And for some people, we don't, we're not even connected to what we even desire or what we're passionate about. When we look deeper, a lot of my clients realize that a lot of their goals are actually things that they feel society, that's what we need to do to be successful, versus actually connecting deeply to why is that. And that all comes from this space of being able to connect deeply with removing what is in the way to actually deeply feel what is actually true. And through that brings us the happiness.
Right.
Like when we are on purpose and living our inner soul, like purpose and soul calling, we feel happy.
Yeah.
And
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got a question because there's a lot of people out there that so let's address the naysayer.
Okay.
Basically, because I know a lot of people out there that right now they're like, oh yeah, right, this is a bunch of, and we should address the naysayer because I know in my own life, I had a lot of people come to me and say, you don't have any right to feel that happy. And how do we address that naysayer so that we want the naysayer to feel loved, but so how do we address the naysayer so that we are canceling what they're saying, but at the same time ensuring that they also feel the love that through the happiness that we're going through?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because, like, generally speaking, at one level, if we are feeling happy and someone is telling us that, there's a part within us, it's actually pushing us to grow within ourselves, to look at where in places in myself do I feel like I don't deserve to be happy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's one layer, right? And another layer is that first of all, with the first layer, in your own discovery process in deepening your self-love and acceptance of your deservingness of happiness, then you realize it's really easy to like, oh, that's interesting. That's not my experience. It could be as simple as just like, oh, and then that's where it's like you're having that emotional leadership within self to maybe feel so much love in yourself to set whatever boundary that looks like, whether that's just a statement or energy or just smiling and not feeling like you got to say anything. And that space, that's a space of a practice of emotional leadership. And it looks like in the standpoint of setting boundaries. And what you'll notice, Michael, for our viewers out there, is that the more we deepen into self-love and acceptance and really believing that we deserve and we're worth it, all these wonderful words within ourselves, it's like I no longer attract that in my resonance. Mm-hmm. Like I have people that look at me and say, you're truly happy, Tammy. Like, and it's like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. And, like, so as I just used to use naysayers around us. And obviously, there's a place where we need to choose what people we associate on a regular basis with, for sure. And for me, I use all these triggers, as I like to call it, naysayers and things like that, to really use it as a way to propel to look deeper in myself. Because if that's triggering, whereas like, oh, well, do I actually deserve to be happy? Or it's like, oh, well, I don't actually deserve that. Like, what are we saying within ourselves, and what do we choose to believe, for one? And knowing that at a deeper level, there is a, younger part of aspect of self that truly doesn't believe that.
Right.
And the only reason we get triggered by that is that connection to ourselves and these emotional aspects of ourself is not there. And again, this brings us back to emotional leadership.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That even makes sense even if that naysayer is inside of you. Because sometimes the naysayer isn't outside of us. Maybe the naysayer is inside of us, and you just answered that part too, how to move forward past yourself questioning, yourself questioning, should I be allowed to be this happy? Well, yes, you should.
Yeah, and the naysayer
stuff.
could actually. Sorry, please go ahead.
I said no. That's amazing stuff. It's like it.
Yeah, and I just was gonna add to what you were saying. Now that I've heard it, is that the naysayer is actually can be someone that actually is that direct reflection back into us as well. Is that when they are saying something like, yeah, why are you feeling that happy? Like why do you deserve that, or whatever, however they say it. It's like within myself, I noticed that at some level of my growth, it started to make me look at myself and say, yeah, I do deserve that. I don't actually choose to think the way what they just said to me. That's not right. Like, and I choose to be around different people. That's not really my friend. Like when those awakenings happen, that's a measurement that within yourself, you have grown that self-love and respect.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that at some level, that emotional leadership has jumped up in your ability to support yourself emotionally.
Yeah. Okay. So you work with a lot of high achievers, and of course, a lot of those same type of people listen to the show. Are there some specific steps that they're looking for to do in so that they can find this emotional leadership, which also leads to greater success for them, right?
Yes, like one of the first steps is honestly being very radically honest with self. First of all, are the goals that you're creating deeply within your heart and what you want, or is it because you feel like you have to or should look a certain way? And also really deeply connecting with oneself to see if like this is my desire, but is the way I'm doing things fully honoring what I truly want? And because what I notice is that when there's for a high achiever, oftentimes the goals and strategies and things that they're putting out there is not necessarily in line to what they really want. And I'm not sure if you heard of it this way, Michael. When we manifest, we are actually creating what our heart wants, not what obviously our mind makes up. You know what I mean? So the deeper we are able to connect to our heart and what it actually wants, the universe naturally wants to give us that.
Okay.
It's just that all the things we put in the way of letting it in and allowing ourselves to receive what we want. So I work with people a little differently, is that I get them into a stream alignment back into this emotional leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And then, of course, realigning themselves to, first of all, recognizing who they are through face and body analysis, of course, but also helping them connect to themselves to actually start to be radically honest with themselves about if what they're creating is what they actually want. You'd be surprised how much sometimes there's a huge disconnect for people between what they say they want versus what their heart wants. And it's the more we work on the emotional leadership, the more stuff is out of the way for them to actually receive and create actually what they want. So this is why, like, I call myself a body whisperer, but I also am a self-love embodiment guide.
Right.
And that is, it's truly what it comes all down to. The root cause of everything is our degree of self-love within ourselves. And so I speak about emotional leadership embodiment because these are sort of what I like to call more tangibles for people to understand what is it that, you know, I am able to create for them.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
as we and I've been talking for a while, so please, Michael, I get passionate about what I want to say, and I keep on going. So.
Yeah, let's give your voice a break for a second, right? There's a lot of information in there, and for me, what because I have to understand it for me as well as everybody else individually has to understand what you're saying for them too,
Yes.
right? So for me, and I think it's going to hold true for a lot of people, is there's stuff, and then there's the true desires and what the heart truly wants deep inside. So we have to remove and set aside the stuff, and then the heart is allowed to manifest what is really there and ask the universe for what it really wants.
Yes. I mean, I've went through this like earlier this year where like I say I want, you know, this bigger money goal. I put it out there, my mind put it out there. And when I look back at everything, I realized that, wow, I was receiving everything I actually wanted. Whereas, yes, I was creating the money, but not like the amount I wanted, but it wasn't actually what I wanted. If that makes sense. It was like I wanted actually to develop these deeper relationships and to build a solid foundation for my business and relationships and referral. And so that was actually what I wanted. And I was willing, my heart was willing to give up the short-term gain for the long-term gain. And so I was spending a lot of time thinking something was like wrong with me. But when I checked in with myself, it wasn't really what I really wanted. And of course, as I deepen my connection with myself and realize that, okay, I can now connect to a deeper part of myself that, oh, there's another part of myself here that actually wants to create income, but just in a different way. And so I get really connected to that part to look at that particular part of me's fear or that particular part of me deserving this level and things like this. And so when we consistently put our attention into these places and create that emotional leadership for ourselves, then we are what we want naturally will come. I've seen it time and time and again.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does actually make sense. And it I have to say because I've seen some things in my own life that have happened where if I roll back the clock, maybe even 2 or 3 years ago, I would have been freaking out and banging my head against the wall. Oh my God, how am I going to get through this? But they're doing a lot of this work that you're talking about. That it was like, okay, yeah, that happened. So let's just take care of it, not worry about it, and then the stress was removed from it. The other thing is, I'm going to get to this because we live in this electronic age that my Fitbit tracks my stress, right? And so I went back and I looked a year ago on my Fitbit data and versus this year's at the same time, and my stress number has increased, which means that the higher the stress number on this system, the lower your stress really is, or how you're dealing with the stress is getting better. And they're doing all the work that you're talking about that I'm dealing with things that would have completely stressed me out in a different and more efficient way, you know? So my body isn't feeling that stress, and different things, physical signs that says, oh, your spirit is in distress, isn't showing up. Meaning, and I'm assuming that's meaning that I'm dealing with things better. I'm staying in that area of what this is what my heart wants. I'm still on track. Maybe it was a slight detour, but it was just a slight detour. Let's move back to what my heart really wants. Stay on that path.
Mm-hmm. And you're using a Fitbit, not the Heart Math Institute devices, correct?
Yeah, it's a
Fitbit. A Fitbit, you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I always invite people, because this is what I notice is that when people are under a certain amount of stress, sometimes we get used to it that we don't even feel stressed with that layer of stress anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so to be really conscious is that we get used to a certain level of stress, and then we have another level. And this was my story and how I burnt out, is that I wasn't connecting to that. I made it like, I felt that it was normal for me because I got so used to that level of stress. And so I had to really unravel these layers in order to actually realize like the part that it was true for me. And of course, everyone, we're on our journey of this. It's not that, it's anything that, is going to go away quickly. Like, obviously, we got to make the choices to create something different within ourselves. But what I noticed is that it keeps on pointing back to the heart and our emotions and how we feel about ourselves, is that if we focus on deepening our self-love, any layer of stress and things that are in our environment that doesn't feel in alignment will cause that stress. It will cause that, this doesn't feel in alignment.
Mm-hmm.
I no longer feel authentic with myself. And then there's this place that we realize that, like a lot of high achievers, like they're ticking all the boxes, hitting their goals, doing all the things right. But inside themselves, they can't get over that part of not feeling authentic within themselves. And that is when the blocks start. Because when we're not listening to that deeper, voice within ourselves, so to speak, that's telling us something's off, something's wrong, that's when it erodes in our self-confidence, erodes in our ability to show up and to truly be ourselves and to create clients through calls and things like this.
Yeah.
And so again and again, it's pointing back to the deeper, like inner work that really is developing the deeper self-love, respect, mm-hmm. self-honor, reverence of ourself.
Yeah. When you're in that when you're in that place where you truly feel happy with yourself, and you're happy with, and your heart's doing what in receiving what it really wants, it feels very different, right? It doesn't feel, because I was in that numb place before, and this isn't the same. There's a stress there, yeah, but and is that sidetrack going to take me away from my ultimate goal? And no, the ultimate goal is still showing up. It's still and that part feels really, really authentic. And like for instance, doing this interview with you is part of me being authentic, because we have such similar messages to the world that, hey, love, happiness, all that kind of stuff, we all deserve it, and we all can connect to it, and we can do like amazing things through that. We all can be high achievers, right? If we connect to it. And so I'm like, no, Tammy's still showing up, and Tammy would, and trust me, folks, if you're listening to this, it's like Tammy will call you out on, hey, that's not authentic for you, and she will point it out to you, and she will make you see it, and that's one of the really cool things about working with Tammy, is that she doesn't hold back, because she feels so centered in herself, and in her happiness and everything because of her work. So I thought I should say that about you, because it's one of the things that I really enjoy and love about you as a friend and working with you. So.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. I entirely receive that with all my heart, and I'm so grateful that I'm on this journey of that authenticity and deeper love, joy, happiness with you.
Yeah.
I want to say there was a time that I didn't feel like comfortable in so many ways. I had so much love, but I didn't let that fire part of me out to call people out, and I definitely call it out lovingly. But it's like, how is it loving if we are allowing someone to run away from who they are?
Right.
Like, how loving when I know that they are running away from love, joy, the peace that they want, the abundance that they want. And so, yeah, I just, I feel really strongly, and I'm grateful when that shift happened in me, and that I love loudly because of that. Yeah. And I know that sometimes when we are that busy, successful person, we've created these goals, we've attained them, and that sometimes there's a space that we, it's hard to ask for help or admit weakness. And that's a lot of the things that are in the way with a lot of people I work with, being able to ask for help as a high achiever, and being able to admit that, that feels very vulnerable, Tammy, and it's like, and this is why I do the face and body analysis, but also the embodiment piece, the emotional leadership and embodiment, because there's a space for ourselves that when we are not taking care of the emotions, that's actually showing up. Yes, in long term, it could be health challenges, but in the short term, it's the way we hold our body, the way we walk. And when we are not in alignment with our embodiment, and we're moving forward with our goals and all these things we say we want, the way we hold our body is actually reinforcing the old deservingness levels, just to keep things simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's causing us to stay in a fear response. And so when you're trying to do all these things, and you can, because high achievers are so good at pushing through and doing things anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And over time, you realize that it's against something within ourselves when we allow ourselves to connect and be with our bodies. And so this is why emotional leadership and embodiment is interchanged, because it's actually in many ways one of the same thing. One is like stepping into these spaces because we must be in our body to feel, for one, but also using the body to shift the way we feel. So it actually works both ways. And it's just, Michael, because there's so many coaches out there that, and obviously I don't have anything against mindset or anything like that. But oftentimes it's focused on the mind. And when we create from the mind, even though we are deepening ourselves and understanding things, and that creates tremendous shift, it's really the deeper work. I tend to attract people that are connected to their soul. They want to be on purpose. There's a deeper part of them that is not being seen, heard, understood, valued. And often it's at the emotional layer. And we can't avoid it. It's part of us. It's part of our body and our being.
Yeah.
So I always, as you know, Michael, bring people again and again back to the heart. And that's why my business is called Path to the Heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say your business has the perfect name. So everything leads back to the heart. And you're right. The mindset is one thing, but being heart centered is a whole nother level. So.
Yes, and it's that's the thing, right? Like a lot of high achievers I work with, they have a huge heart. They want to make that impact. They want to make that difference, and obviously they want to create abundance while they're doing it, right? It's not that they don't have a big heart. It's just that the over giving piece, this comes up a lot, right? That's why I focus on the receiving piece for a lot of high achievers I work with, because when this receiving and giving dynamic is out of balance, right? Then when we want to give people, we don't have it in us to give. and we must keep on receiving within ourselves. And the beauty of all this receiving is that it deepens. Like, we release things, we receive more, we also receive more intuition. And we know when we're guided to help someone versus like an energy of like, yeah, I should help them because they helped me before. And of course, we take that into consideration when we help someone, but it's like, you know what? Doesn't feel like this is going to serve me at this time. Like, I want to help you, and it's not the right timing. But yeah, like, please let me know the next time.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I
being
think
able to,
we talked
you know,
about
like,
that
yeah.
a little bit about that earlier, right?
Yeah. I mean, yes, we talk about, I think there are many people that talk about this boundary piece for sure. And of course, that's always part of emotional leadership, right? But it's like, yeah, it's really deepening, letting go of things so we can receive things so that we can give, and then create that balance in what that looks like within ourselves that honors us first, ourselves first. Because when we give from emptiness, it doesn't really translate to what we want anyway.
Well, how do we make sense of it? How do we make sense of that if we're giving from emptiness that it doesn't serve?
Well, I would say that if you're giving from a place of emptiness, it will feel like there's a place that there's a pushing to do it. It feels intellectually. You're likely not necessarily in your body per se. And you may not feel that again. You may not feel that the first time because you're sort of still in that sort of balance. You're fairly balanced, but you're sort of starting to step out of your boundaries. But then that will sort of get heavier and heavier in your body. You'll start to feel it, and it's like our mind will jump in and say, yeah, but it feels so good to help that person. And we're getting that snapshot of feeling good to help someone. However, when we are looking deeper within ourselves, there's a part that, yeah, I really don't have the energy to do this. And actually, there's a part I want to create time to actually be with myself. And you know what? You're constantly putting self aside, even if it's like you want to help that person, right? But at that time, you're consistently putting your needs aside. Because if you're not in that place of fullness and alignment within yourself, and you keep on giving, that's how we create scattered life, how we create overwhelm, right? And then we start to hide in that layers of overwhelm. But deep down, overwhelm and scattered energy is actually a confidence issue. So it's not that we can't live this way, Michael. It's for those truth seekers that want to go deeper, that want to be able to create with more flow, to actually create without self-sabotaging consistently, or at least being aware when we do and knowing what to do about that, right? It's for people that are called deeper into their soul and their heart's work. And that's why I position myself to help those people, because I know when I help people come back to their hearts and their soul purpose, you know, I am creating global impact and change. Maybe in ways that I can't see directly, Michael, but I know just seeing the difference I can make in my family, just with my shift in my energy. That is, I'm intertwining and they're intertwining with their clients, and it's a ripple effect. Yeah, well, I know you know about this because you share people's messages on media,
yes,
you know. So
that's right.
I know you know.
Yeah. But it does. It starts with, if you want to make global impact, you got to start with that small impact and then make it grow. You know.
Yes. It's starting.
And working with you helps make it grow, because someone like you helps us realize that we're staying on purpose and that we're staying authentic within ourselves.
Yes, and in alignment, we look for that. All these things we want to create, and all we need to do is come back to alignment to who we are, and it's like then it flows. Like, so it's actually one and of the same thing. It's just way more efficient.
Okay.
I just noticed that's the pattern. People are consistently they're pushing to achieve something that is within ourselves, and we hear it all the time, but it's like making it really practical and really taking that to heart, so yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right. So, that's one thing about these sessions with you is time just flies. It's like we wind up in like we warp time somehow, and then all of a sudden you look and it's like, oh, we're running out of time. So, everybody, please go to pathstotheheart.com to work with Tammy. You can find her on Instagram, and everything is going to say Path to the Heart, right? All your social media, your website, everything says Path to the Heart. So,
yeah, majority of it, but yeah, you could just feel free. You could always contact me at Tammy at pathtotheheart.com as well. Very straightforward. I think my Facebook page is it's a little different, but it'll be on the show notes that I'll provide you. You can put it sort of in the link. And yeah, I offer sort of complimentary deep dive discovery sessions. And so if part of you feels called, please reach out.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for everything you do, Tammy, and thank you for today.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for sharing my message.
All right. So
Maybe I was confused, or did you feel it too? In that room, it suddenly just felt like it was me and you. 'Cause I forgot about you.
thank you for listening to our first installment of our recap. And if you keep look for the next link to come up, you can hear more